Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to this meeting of the presentation of the results of the Life Resilience Project. Thank you to all of you here. Thank you to the 120 people who have registered on the platform or through the webinar and in the YouTube channel in Life Resilience. On YouTube, it will be in Spanish, and the project YouTube channel will be in English for participants joining us from other countries. So thank you very much to the Director General for the health of agricultural production. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you also to the director of the project, Teresa Carrillo, who is here with us in this opening. We invite you, all the participants, to share the contents of the day through social networks, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, under the hashtag Life Resilience. So before we begin this opening session, we will show the work that we've done in a video, the work of the last 4 years and the results that have been obtained. So, run video.
El cultivo del almendro en España alcanza, entre ambos, a más de 3,5 millones de hectáreas en la mayoría de las regiones de nuestro país. Al igual que otros leñosos, estos cultivos se enfrentan a numerosas enfermedades cuyos efectos negativos ocasionan graves impactos económicos a los operadores. Un ejemplo de este tipo de problemas es la Xylella fastidiosa, una bacteria que ha puesto la alarma en toda Europa desde su detección en Italia en 2013. Y es que la Unión Europea considera que este organismo es uno de los más peligrosos hoy en día por la facilidad con la que se puede expandir por todo el mundo, la dificultad para su control y la alta gama de cultivos huésped. Ante esta situación, diversas organizaciones de España, Italia y Portugal decidieron en 2018 poner en marcha el proyecto Life Resilience, una iniciativa europea creada para desarrollar modelos de cultivo capaces de combatir la Xylella fastidiosa en explotaciones tanto de olivar como de almendro. El proyecto está formado por 9 socios: Balam Agriculture, la Universidad de Córdoba, Agrifood Comunicación, Greenfield Technologies, ASAJA Nacional, Nutriprado, SAHC-Sociedad Agrícola de Herdade do Charqueirao S.A., Filippo Berio y el Instituto de Bioeconomía, IBE, perteneciente al Consiglio Nazionale Delle Ricerche, CNR, de Italia. Todos los socios han trabajado intensamente en el estudio de buenas prácticas de producción sostenible para que los agricultores puedan proteger sus almendros y olivares, aunque también puede aplicarse a otros leñosos. Desde que comenzara su andadura, Life Resilience ha logrado grandes avances en las fincas demostrativas de España, Italia y Portugal, donde se ha desarrollado. Algunos de los avances más destacados son la obtención de 18 genotipos potencialmente resistentes a la Xylella fastidiosa y se ha desarrollado un sistema de control de insectos para conocer a quienes portan la bacteria. Asimismo, se han comprobado los beneficios logrados con cubiertas vegetales como aportadores de nitrógeno al suelo, que permiten implementación de gestiones agronómicas sostenibles para la prevención de la infección por esta bacteria y favorece la resiliencia del cultivo frente a la lucha contra el cambio climático. Además, Life Resilience ha trabajado de forma importante para lograr que los agricultores puedan adaptarse a las nuevas exigencias de la agricultura moderna, lo cual nos ha mostrado el aporte de las buenas prácticas al cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible de Naciones Unidas. Todo el trabajo realizado está alineado con las directrices que marca el Pacto Verde Europeo y la estrategia de la granja a la mesa, entre las que se encuentran la protección de la biodiversidad y la adaptación al cambio climático mediante la creación de variedades resistentes a patógenos, prácticas propias de la agricultura de precisión, mejora de la fertilidad del suelo y la implantación de cubiertas vegetales entre las líneas de plantación en olivar y almendro. En definitiva, este es un proyecto que puede ser un modelo replicable de mejores prácticas para el olivo, el almendro y otros cultivos leñosos en toda la cuenca mediterránea, cuyos progresos obtenidos ayudarán a más de 1 millón de agricultores de un buen número de países.
telling us about all the progress that has been made. So to start this meeting, I'll now give the floor to the Director General of the Health of Agricultural Production. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. Really, we are still in this phase. These face-to-face meetings, I think, are much more interesting, and we're lucky to be back to them because we can interact personally, and it's much colder when it's just through the camera. But this is life, and little by little we will get back to normality, and we'll have face-to-face meetings, which will allow us to have a better connection. I would like to thank you for the invitation, first of all, and these are very important, these meetings, and you have all of our support. This is a welcome, so I'm not going to be too long. I'll try to be brief, because I think that what is important is what they're going to tell you later, the people who have managed this project. But I would like to say a few words. In Europe, 2013, there was Xylella, and this was a cataclysm, and it multiplied 25 times when it appeared in 2016 in Mallorca, and then Almeria has closed down. Madrid, we're just waiting in Madrid because we haven't detected any other case in Madrid. The Madrid situation is a bit, there isn't a clear explanation. It could have been a false positive. I don't know, but there's no clear explanation for him. But we have in Mallorca and in Alicante, however, there's no discussion about it. We do have Xylella. So we have to manage a disease without knowing it or not knowing it at all. And that's the most difficult thing when you have to deal with a problem and you don't know it in depth. You have to learn it to work. That means that everything is much more difficult, and we have had to work a lot and to learn a lot at the same time as we were working. And now 6 years have already gone past, and I think that there are some things that are very important. And we have gone from the cataclysm to talking about Xylella in 2017, 2016. Do you remember the phrase of the Ebola of the olive groves? That got me mad when they said that. But we have gone from that type of expressions to managing it. It's a plague. It's a pest. It's like any others. It's serious. Of course, it's like other. And what we have to do is manage it, and that's what we're doing. We have to learn. We have to learn to control it and then eradicate it afterwards. So that's possible, and that's what we've been working on. And in this process, we've been learning a lot. And I think the most important thing that I've learned is that there isn't just one Xylella fastidiosa. There are many. Some are very serious, others are less serious, depending on the zone, depending on the type of Xylella. This is the third surname. Xylella fastidiosa isn't enough now. Now it's the third or fourth type of Xylellias. They're different, but the types of tree and the zones are all different. In Mallorca, what they tell us in the background is that the Xylella is a disease of the almond trees, and the ones that are irrigated are perfect. There's no problem with them. And there is Xylella, so in Mallorca they learnt it. So it's a disease of the almond tree. We've learnt, and we've seen very interesting things in Alicante. These are things that we're learning that are allowing us to learn about the disease. And what has allowed us now is to change the European legislation a couple of times, because then with the learnings we get all the tools for the change in the management of the plagues. And there's still a lot to learn, even though we've learned some things already. And therefore, this program like this, these are very highly welcome. And so what we want to do is to learn from the disease and to have the tools in order to be able to manage the disease, to prevent it if possible. And if we have it, that's what we have to do, to stop talking about apocalypse and to manage the problems, which is what we've done always. And to manage them, we have to know, we have to learn, and then we have to know how to implement what we've learned. Life resilience is a magnificent example of this strategy, and that is why we think it is marvelous. We support it, and not only do we support it, but we also encourage to continue in the future starting projects like this, which will allow us in the future to get to know the disease better and to have better tools for its management and control. That's all. I hope you'll enjoy this meeting. I'm totally convinced that you will be telling us today will be very interesting for everybody, and I encourage you to continue forward because we really need it. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much also, as always, for your support. We already had the opportunity of presenting the project a couple of years ago, and with the final summary that we will pass on to you. I hope, as you say, this will help us to all learn and to develop new practices which will help all the farmers and all the fruit producers in this country. Thank you. Okay, well, we're going to continue now with the meeting. We're just beginning, really, and as I was saying, Teresa Carrillo, who's the director of the project, will explain to us what we've done and the results that have been obtained in order to subsequently continue with the program, and we will be talking about different presentations on all different subjects to talk about the things that we have done in the last 4 years. I'll give you the floor. Well, welcome everybody. I want to thank you for the interest that you've shown with this project in order to see the results and to get to know the results firsthand for the Life Resilience Project for those of you here. And through streaming also, I would like to thank Valentin for putting into context this disease and what's happened in the recent years. Like Ricardo said, I'm going to do a presentation now, an overall general presentation of the project, the goals that we had, the activities that we've started up, and the impact that we've had in these activities. So I would like to remind you that more than 150,000 hectares of olive grove in Italy are affected by Xylella fastidiosa. That's a starting point of this project. And the time, well, when we started the project, well, we were in a situation of emergency. As Valentin said, there was a lot of information which created some panic in the olive sector. We had headlines, the assassin of the olive tree, the Ebola of the olive groves, and this all created a lot of panic in the sector, and all the different stakeholders in the sector decided to meet and learn a bit more about this disease, which at that time was totally unknown to us. And in Italy, we found many hectares dead. When I went to Italy, the description that I made of it was dead, because there were areas where there wasn't a single tree with any green, with a single green leaf. But there were other areas, however, where some olive trees were resisting Xylella fastidiosa. So that was a very good starting point, and it gave us some hope when we started this project, which is called Life Resilience. When it began, and when we began to give format to the project, it was distributed around the globe. It had been isolated in a lot of species in various areas of the world, but it was in Europe in 2013 when the alarms rang because of the report in the region that Italy had an aggressive situation of this disease, and in 2015 the disease was progressing towards Italy. In 2016 the first cases in Spain, and that was where we planned and the project Life Resilience arose, and subsequently new infection points have arisen, and we've been carefully looking at them, but we've seen that all the work that has been done with other European projects, together with Life Resilience and the know-how and the efforts made by the public administrations, have allowed us for that progress not to be as aggressive as it was originally in Italy. So the project Life Resilience is a project of prevention of Xylella fastidiosa in farms, in olive groves, as well as almond tree groves. And we cannot forget that it is a project which is co-financed, 60% co-financed by the LIFE program, and it has the sub-program, it goes through the sub-program of adaptation and mitigation to climate change, and this is almost 3 million euros in this project, and it's 60%, as I said, financed by the Commission, and which is concentrated or is locates its main activities in 3 European countries, Spain, Portugal, and Italy. The duration of the project has been 4 years. We began in July 2018, and now we are finishing it with this meeting. And the bureaucratic side, we still needs a few more months, and there are 9 partners from the 3 countries that I mentioned before, and Agriculture coordinates the project, but really the consortium is very broad. There are 9 partners, very heterogeneous, but this gives sense to the activities that we carry out in the project. There are universities, research centers, associations of farmers and users, because there are farms also as partners and companies that offer services and solutions to the end users. So very briefly now, because I know that as we get into the more technical presentations, we're going to look at the more technical aspects of the Xylella fastidiosa and all the phases of the project. But I think that I would like to show you the 4 basic concepts that we have to bear in mind of Xylella fastidiosa. Xylella is a bacteria, gram-negative, which is introduced in the xylema of the plant. It obstructs it, and it may cause certain symptoms depending on the host. It is transmitted by the vector instincts and also by the infected plants that, without going through the opportune regulation, without certification, are transferred from one infected region to a non-infected region. There's 6 subspecies, as Valentin was saying, already with a second name, Xylella fastidiosa and something more. They affect different people. There are more than 350 operators that have been identified with Xylella fastidiosa, although not all the subspecies generate symptoms in these different operators. And so therefore, the main objective of the consortium and of the project was to prevent the arrival of Xylella fastidiosa and the advance or the progress of Xylella in farms that hadn't yet been infected. So how do we do this? Well, we had a very specific goal that we set up to develop new varieties that would be tolerant or resistant to Xylella fastidiosa, because we'd already identified that in the endemic area, there were varieties that were not being affected. And on the other hand, to implement a model of good practices or best practices that would allow this adaptation and mitigation of climate change, and additionally to have a greater control of the farm to give it resilience, and offer resilience to the plants, so that if Xylella fastidiosa or any other pathogen comes in, to be able to mark up an alert before it becomes an epidemic that is extensive, as occurred in Italy. And so, in this way, the University of Córdoba, a strategic partner in this project, developed more than 1,000 genotypes from parents which had resisted in the endemic area. They were resistant to the disease. These parents were crossed with varieties that were not interesting agronomically to see whether the children were or were not an option for that devastated area. Carlos will be giving more details later about all this activity. But of the 1,000 genotypes, they've selected 18 that have agronomic characteristics that are pretty interesting, that are in the endemic zone, and we're evaluating the resistance to Xylella fastidiosa in a controlled context and out on the field. And another of the activities, or the objective activities that we had in the project, was to create a model of good practices, of sustainable practices, which would allow us to obtain certain environmental benefits and also to control our management of the farm, as I said, so that with any warning or alarm that Xylella fastidiosa through its vector insects would be coming into the zone, to be able to, in this way, combat it as soon as possible. In this model of good practices, we implemented 3 treatments. On the one hand, the regulated deficit irrigation. We wanted to reduce the consumption of water and the carbon footprint of the farm, but we also wanted to see the response of the crops with climate change, where the lack of water is obvious, how this new situation would affect the farm. We also included a strategy for improvement of the soil health. And in subsequent presentations, we will talk more about the activities that we have carried out here and the importance of improving the health of the earth. And we have applied a microorganism biostimulants to help the health and the biodiversity of the soil, and which would also be favorable for the metabolic functioning of the plants. In the end, we are giving the plants, with these kinds of strategies, we're giving them more resilience with the possible arrival of any pathogen, and particularly Xylella fastidiosa. And the third action that we brought into this model was the incorporation of plant cover. Multiprado was the company that did different mixes of plant cover, which were implemented in the demonstration farm, with the objective of getting to know the dynamic of the vector insect and control also all the insects and the fauna in the area in those kinds of crops, and also to observe what benefits there is with the soil carbon fixing, but improvement in the structure of the soil and other things that we know that the plant cover get to achieve if they're well managed. Now, a third key action in the project was the control of the vector insect. In this case, in Spain, the first assessment, well, we didn't find the vector insect. The activities were concentrated in Spain, where the vector insect does exist, and it was the Institute of Bioeconomy and CNR Institute in Italy, in the demonstration farm in Pisa, that was in charge of doing all of this research, and to know the population dynamic in depth of all of these vector insects that they have in the area. Anita afterwards will also talk about all the specific activities that were carried out with these actions and the conclusions that we arrived at. And all of these activities, the sustainable practices that I've mentioned and the control of the vector insect, have been implemented in 3 demonstration farms. The impact of those activities have been assessed, and they were selected. El Valenciano was one of the demonstration farms that was selected, managed by Balam, and also we have maintained and looked at the 1,000 genotypes developed by the University of Córdoba. The second demonstration farm was La Traversiana in Pisa. This is a 50 hectares olive groves farm managed by VF Berio, via Filippo, and finally an almond grove, Charqueirão, managed by SAHC in Portugal, about 50 hectares. And apart from starting up all of the activities in the demonstration farms and fine-tune this model of good practices, in the last year of the project, the model has been implemented in 3 replicant farms, covering a surface of more than 1,800 hectares, where we've been able to start up these actions and see the impact that they've had. Apart from this, there are 3 more farms that have joined. It wasn't foreseen, but they were necessary. 3 farms where we have planted the new genotypes, which we have been developing with the University of Córdoba in the El Valenciano farm, and the 8 types have been planted in different farms in Italy and in Spain. One key aspect, and I was talking about this with Valentin before we began the meeting, is the digitalization in this sector. That is why we clearly understood that within the consortium there had to be a technological partner in order to be able to cover all the information that we were going to generate and to make use of that make that information useful. And that is why Greenfield Technology was created, with a web platform where we put in all the information which we generated in the demonstration farm as well as in the replicant farm. The information that was put in has been satellite images, drone pictures that we have been taking throughout the project at geo-referenced points. We've taken all the samples of soil and leaf, and all the information has been uploaded there and analyzed on a daily basis for taking decisions for managing the different farms. Up until now, we have seen, generally speaking, and the different partners will talk in more detail about this. So these are the activities that we've carried out and where. And another of the fundamental tasks in the project has been to monitor the impact of those activities. On the one hand, we had to lay down the baseline in order to be able to identify the impact of each one of the activities, and for that we had to do inventories of the soil, inventories of the vector insects, the nutritional situation of the plants in this baseline starting point. This was a very extensive task, and we had to concentrate it in the first months of the project, but it was very valuable in order to be able to assess later the impact of each one of these members that I mentioned before has had in the health of the tree, in the health of the soil, in biodiversity, in the water footprint, the carbon footprint, the disease as such, and also without forgetting the financial aspect which has been generated by these activities. And so therefore, we analyzing all these values and indicators which are numeric, so I haven't got them on the presentation because really it's a lot of information, very dense. But this has led us to conclude that really we have achieved the objective that was initially proposed in the project. We've improved resilience of the plant. We have increased the sustainable practices of the farms where we've acted, and we've acted in more than 2,000 hectares where this model of good practices has been implemented. We've increased the biodiversity of the farms and also the biodiversity of the soil. We've reduced water footprint, carbon footprint. We've improved the quality of the end product, and also there's been an important socio-economic impact. And in this graph, you can't see it very well, but we thought about all the environmental and economic impacts that we considered at the beginning of the project and all the different actions that we carried out. And there we can see how we've covered totally the goals that we had set with regards to environmental and economic impacts. We must not forget either that all of these practices that we have put into operation in the project are in line with the directives that are set by the Green Pact and the strategy of the farm, from the farm to the table, La Granja a la Mesa. And it has allowed us
cumplir con
to comply with the objectives of sustainable development laid down by the United Nations and all the advantages that I mentioned before, soil retention, increase of the fertility of the soil, better health of the soil, better health of the plant, reduction of the water and carbon footprints. So it's been an optimum usage of the resources using fertilizers. And another very important aspect was the alliance. The alliance that has been created, the alliances have been created with this project, not just within the consortium, but also with other public institutions and other projects and other companies, other farmers, which has allowed us to have a project not to stop and for there to be a second part of the project. And now we're already working, giving continuity to it. And during the entire project, we've had to make very big efforts in order to change that idea of assassin and Ebola that the farmer had, which was in 2016, because we were then in a situation of panic. So we've shown farmers the gravity, the seriousness of the situation, the seriousness of the disease, but also we've shown the solutions that we are making progress with right now, the strategy, the alarm that they need to set up in their farms to find out whether it exists or not. And all that work has been coordinated with our partner, Agrifood, who was in charge of dissemination and communication about the project through various videos, press memos, participations in TV programs, radio programs, in trade fairs where we're working together with the farmers, presenting what we were doing and the results and the impact that we are achieving. And that was a very general summary of everything that we've been developing over the 4 years. And from now on, the speakers will be much more technical. We'll go into the detail about all the progress that's been carried out in each one of the activities. I would like to thank all the partners for the efforts made over 4 years. And I said before, there are more than 150,000 hectares that have been infected right now in Italy. And probably there will be more, but we are ready and prepared so that in a few years we will have resistant varieties in order to be able to repopulate all of those farms. And we have practices that will alert us of the incidence of the disease before it becomes an emergency for any area. And on my behalf, that's all. Thank you very much for all of you being here. I would like to thank, of course, the partners for the efforts made over 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Well, unfortunately, people who are following us on streaming cannot give you a round of applause. So now it's time for questions, if any. Are there any questions on the chat? Well, if we get some questions, we will ask them later on. So now we have Oscar Trapero from the University of Córdoba. He will give us the next presentation. He is a doctor, an agronomic engineer, and a researcher. He will tell us about the new genotypes resistant to Xylella fastidiosa, that is to say, the outcomes of the project that has been conducted in the last 4 years. So, Carlos, the floor is all yours. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Trapero, and I'm here replacing Pedro Valverde, my colleague, who is leading this project. Unfortunately, he cannot be with us because he is sick. So therefore, I'm here to share with you the work that we have carried out. So this action is based on the development of varieties of olives that are resistant to this disease. I will briefly tell you about the characteristics of this disease. This disease is caused by the bacteria Xylella fastidiosa, and often this makes the branches and the trees dry out, and we can see on the map that is present in nearly all the continents in the world. But we also have different populations of these bacteria. For the disease to be realized, we need three vectors or three factors known as the triangle of disease. So we need to have the pathogen, Xylella fastidiosa. In this case, we will be studying the S353 population. Pauca is the variety that is impacting the new olive groves in Italy. And then in the case of this disease, for it to take place, we need a vector to transmit it. We need an insect to transmit the disease from one tree to another, from one plant to another. For the disease to take place, it's also needed to have a host crop, that is to say, likely to have the disease, and we also need to have right climate factors for the disease to develop. I will go into detail about each of these factors, starting with this temperature and humidity, that is to say, climate factors. We know that some areas in the world can be more prone to have the disease developed. So here we can see a map, a European map, with different colors. So here we can see in different colors the climatic suitability for the bacterium, and then from 1 to 0, 0 being the areas which are not suitable for the development of this bacterium. So in the Mediterranean area, we have softer climate, and that's where it is very suitable climate for the bacterium to be developed. And then we also have areas that have been reported to be focuses of disease. The best well-known is Italy. Well, this is the main focus, but there have been other foci along the Mediterranean basin. Since the disease was first detected in the south of Italy, several samplings have been made across many countries, and as a result of that, it has been found several populations of these bacteria have been found. And actually, in some cases, it is believed for the bacterium to have been there for some time before the sampling. But when the sampling frequency was increased, the bacterium was found. So this is the timeline of the detection of XF across several countries. So starting in Italy, 2013. As I said before, another necessary factor for the disease to happen is the presence of the pathogen, Xylella fastidiosa, as well as vector insects, whether it is Cicadella or any other insects that transmit the disease through feeding or eating the sap of the plant. The bacteria grows in the xylem of the plant, that is to say, in the xylematic vessels, and it is transmitting by blocking those vessels. Therefore, the plant is no longer able to transfer nutrients and water, and it may dry out. Well, this drying out may be full or partial. As I say, it is transmitted by vector insects that feed on the sap, and these bacteria requires optimal temperatures between 26 to 28 degrees, and extreme temperatures, either very cold or very hot, have an impact on the survival. And it has been considered quarantine pathogen according to the European Union. It was found in other places of the world, but the European Union was not aware of its severity before it classified it as a quarantine body. So the most worrying case, which was found in Puglia area in Italy, well, the first detection was carried out in 2010, but let us say that officially it was detected in 2012, 2013. And this is the area where it was found in the south of Italy, on the hill of Italy, in this specific area, in the Puglia region. As I say, this is where several foci were found. Well, the first symptoms were the dry branches, but after that, many trees died. Many of those trees were centenary, millenary, as those on the photograph. In the beginning, the strategy that was put into place was one of eradication. But soon after, because the bacteria had been introduced some years ago and the disease had been spread, it was found that eradication was not possible, so therefore the strategy became one of controlling, containing the area. As a result of this approach, the entry point, which was Gallipoli port, as I say, once this area was detected as an infected area, it was declared as a containment area. So a number of zones were classified as buffer zones, and where several measures were put into place to stop the fast spread of the disease. Some of those measures were the elimination of infected trees, and then in the secondary buffer zone closer to the infected areas, infected trees were removed, close ongoing monitoring to detect new foci, as well as elimination of the trees surrounding those trees that were found to be infected. Those control measures were not enough to fully stop the spread of the disease, yet it managed to reduce its spreading significantly to other areas in Italy. As it was the case in 2013, 8,000 hectares impacted. This is the global surface area of the not a specific crop. And then next year we went down to this 100 hectares. And this was due to the spread of the first years. It continues to be spread, but at a slower pace. So here we can see a detail of the different buffer areas where new foci were found. And as we all know, that the disease kind of skips those containment zones. And why does that happen? Well, it happens through the vector that transmits the disease. Several insects can be vectors of these bacteria, but the main one is known as filamus. It kind of forms a kind of foam that helps him protect against any pesticide or treatment. And here we can see that oftentimes, even if it does not fly far away, Philaneus spumarius gets stuck on the clothing or goes into cars and vehicles, therefore causing new foci some kilometers away, that is to say, moving away or skipping the buffer zone. The last factor necessary for the disease is host crops. All those factors are to be taken into consideration when it comes to putting into place comprehensive control. In case of olive trees, well, this is what we are studying. Most of the varieties are likely to be hosts. So we know that the two main varieties, Xylella di Nardo or Gladiolus salentina, are highly likely to have the disease. And that's the reason why this area has been virtually destroyed by the bacterium. Then we also have other varieties which are also likely to have the disease. And up until now, only 2 resistant varieties were found, Fias 16, Fabulosa, and Lecino. Now I'd like to show you some of the symptoms caused by the disease. In an olive tree, we see advanced symptoms, drying out of branches, and this is the way the disease progresses. Or we see several trees that have been dried up until they are fully dry, and this takes place over the course of some years. So we have another olive grove showing those symptoms. Most of the cases, olive trees are old, but it also may impact young trees. So here we see those trees that are leafless, that is to say, impacted by the disease. So due to the likeliness of these olive varieties to have the disease, we can see that most of the trees have been either uprooted or are no longer productive. So here we can see the difference in terms of the resistance of the different varieties. So this is a variety typical of the area. So where we have centenary trees, variety Xylella di Nardo, advanced disease, dead tree, and then we can see Lecino variety, which is resistant to and disease, but we have developed ourselves. The methodology that we used for the development of these disease-resistant varieties, so was crossing, using resistant varieties, providing resistance, and crossing them between them or with other varieties, also providing the right agronomic characteristics, leading to the development of a new variety. Once it is found or decided which will be the parents, One of them is put into a bag, that is to say, or covered with a bag, plastic bag, so that the other varieties do not reach it, and then we just get the pollen from the other parent. So after some days, pollen is put into it, then the seed that comes out of them will be the crossing, or the result of a crossing between the two varieties. Sometimes crossings are not compatible, yet we carry out paternity tests to ensure that the cross varieties are the right ones. Then the fruit from the crossing is harvested, seed is taken out, and then the growth of it is pushed under controlled conditions. So this is a table of the crosses, number of seeds obtained, flowering, and the procedure was divided into phases, 2018 and then 2019. In the first one, several sources were used, crossing them with resistant varieties, and then in a second phase, we wanted to include genes that would also deliver the capacity to adapt to intensive farming. So the first phase of crossing, it was planted in December 2018. So we see the different valuations in April 19 and March 20. So I will tell you what we have assessed. We assessed the robustness of the plant, and then as well as several agronomic characteristics of the seed and the fruit and the flower. So these are some agronomic parameters, the width and the height of the plant. So we see a difference between the height in 2019 and 2021. And here we see, as a result of some crossings, those parameters have been significantly increased. And when it comes to the width and the trunk diameter, we also see a difference between the actual plants and the crossings. One of the main parameters to carry out the selection was the flowering. Flowering tells us about the varieties that will be successful, that will flower. So this is the first phase of the crossing. These are the plants that flowered in different years. So 2%. In 2020, 1.5 years after the planting, we've seen flowering of 16%, and then 50% flowering in 2022, 2 years down the road, which is a very important parameter for selection because it tells us about the early flowering. It also tells us about the profitability or potential profitability of crops. Well, of course, we take this characteristic as well as others into consideration for these crosses. So these are data shown in the graphical manner. So we see that in 2020, there were hardly any crossings that had flowered. There were some of them, some more later in 2021 and many more in 2022. So here we see early flowerings because these are not seed plants, but they are propagated through clones. Okay, as I say, flowering was assessed, and as of October 2020, the first samples of flowerings were collected to analyze the amount of oil in it as well as other elements. In 2018, as I said, the second phase of crosses were conducted. It was planted in August 2019. altogether 1,000 genotypes, distributed as following: 500 in the first phase, the other 500 in the second phase. Crosses were made with parent plants that were adapted to more intensive productions and with shorter productive periods. So the percentage of flowering achieved was slightly higher versus the age of the plant, versus in the first statistics and percentage of fatty acids, which is very, very important to assess or to determine the quality of the oil. All that is taken into consideration. This allows us to select the top varieties. So this is an example table where we see the phenotypes that have been selected up until today. So these are the top characteristics for the different varieties that are now being used as standard because of their agronomic characteristics. So these are the genotypes that had significant dry olive oil, and not these two ones, okay, significant percentage of oleic acid, and then also stability of olive oil. After the flowering and during the growth of the plant, several analyses were conducted regarding parenting. Those parenting or paternity tests were conducted through DNA extractions from leaves to conclude to see which crosses had been successful and which ones weren't. Some of them were found not to be compatible, and that also helped us carry out the selections. And then these are some of the genotypes that have been selected. Those photographs were taken a week ago. These are flowering genotypes. Yet the final selection was carried out a year ago approximately, and where plant materials were obtained from the top varieties. It was clonally propagated, and then the plants were grown in the nursery up until they became of the right size for plantation. All that I've told you was conducted in a farm in Spain that was disease-free, a farm of a Balam company also taking part in this event. And once the selected genotypes are planted and grown, are sent to Italy to assess their level of resistance. And as I say, they come from crosses of parents, but some of them is more resistant to the disease. Therefore, these plants are expected to have polygenic resistance. So therefore, we expect that the percentage of plants with, as I say, the plants were shipped to Italy. And at the same time, disease resistance is being assessed under controlled conditions. For that, a new collaboration has been entered to with a research group in Italy. So researchers are Maria Saponari, Donato Boscia from Istituto per la Protezione Sostenibile delle Piante from Bari. Basically, this collaboration is about inoculation of those plant selections, months or even years, to start to see the first symptoms. So now we are waiting to have the results of that first evaluation. The main evaluation of this selection is expected to take place in the field to confirm agronomic characteristics and also to see the level of resistance to Xylella fastidiosa. For that, we visited the area to find farms and producers or farmers willing to collaborate with us and to plant these potentially resistant phenotypes on their farms. Recently, the selections were planted in field trees, one known as Marella, the other one Campo Verde. So more than 200 plants were planted in each of the farms. And in one of the fields, 2 tests will be conducted to see which of those 2 selections better adapt to the farming systems. I would like to highlight that in this area has a long tradition in olive groves, and many of the trees are 1,000 or 2,000 years old. So therefore, well, maybe if this seems odd in Spain, many of the growers do not have any experience in planting any olive trees because they have been having or inheriting fields for generations, and they hardly ever have planted any plants. So therefore, it has been a challenge to find farmers who wanted to collaborate with us and to lend us their field for our evaluation. Those farmers who were willing understood the importance of our research and our evaluation. So other than evaluating or selecting these fields for evaluation, other evaluations were entered to with participating companies in this project to find out about the agronomic characteristics in this Italian area, because it is also very important to see the way those selections or those varieties adapt in Spain. In Spain, we have working with the Valenciano in Spain, and also we have also participated in Italy with other participating parties. So this helps us see which are the selections which are closer to these crops in this area. So therefore, in the future, if the disease gets to this area, we will be in a position to see which are the varieties that will better behave in presence of the disease. So also market research was conducted with a view to study the potential impact of the development of resistant varieties in the area in Italy that had been infected. So several scenarios have been assessed depending on the market share for each of that variety, and as well as taking into account the pricing of the plants. So these are the impacts. So 1,000 genotypes have been evaluated. 18 genotypes were selected as potentially resistant to Xylella fastidiosa, as they showed good valuable agronomic characteristics. This will also allow us to develop new varieties with new olive oils. As I showed you before, they come in with different and new characteristics. It will also allow us to develop new varieties adapted to intensive farming and high-density olive grows. 2 trials have been conducted with genotypes and for flat trials, and then 4 trials with replicates from the genotypes that were selected from the initial 1,000 genotypes. As I say, 4 trials will be conducted in Carmano, Pisa, and Escorrano. 2 of them will be conducted in Escorrano, in Puglia area, to find out about the agronomic characteristics as well as the level of resistance to the disease. Altogether, over 600 plants from the selections planted in the fields. So synergies have been established between the different partners of these projects, and those synergies will be extended through a number of trials that have already been entered into or established to go beyond the duration of this project. Future impacts: 150,000 hectares infected by Xylella fastidiosa potentially could be replanted with resistant cultivars in Italy. So these new cultivars can be used as preventative methods in area that has been untouched by the disease, and equally, this will help us find out about the agronomic characteristics of these cultivars and their behavior if the disease ever reaches that area. Collaborations have been also open to establishing new experimental plantations with the new cultivars that have been generated in the project. In the future, the project conducted as a result of this project will allow us to evaluate and register new selections, and also this is very likely to create direct and indirect employment in the impacted area or studied area. Well, this is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Pedro. Carlos. Are there any questions? Jose Ramon? Hello, my name is Jose Ramon Diaz. I was a member of ASAJA, and I'm following all of these subjects with professors from the university here. So my question is very brief, simply about what year do you estimate that you will be able to commercialize a new variety? When will you be able to do that? Well, normally the genetic improvement of plants like the olive tree requires a large number of years, because you have to assess those selections in different fields and repeatedly for many years to ensure that the crop is stable and to ensure their characteristics. So in normal circumstances, as from now, we would need perhaps about 10 years. But given the gravity of the situation where the varieties, the resistant varieties that exist right now, do not totally adapt to the zone, and agronomically they're not the best thing that there is. Therefore, we think that the assessment in the farms that we've had, and it might be sufficient, and perhaps an assessment of 5 or 6 years could more or less guarantee the behavior of a variety without the number of necessary fields, really. But that's reducing the time scale, but that's because of the gravity of the situation in the south of Italy. In the south of Italy, I have no other alternative there for alternative crops. And any other questions? Let's see in the chat if there are any more questions, and we will pass it on to you from the chat later on if there are any questions. Let's have a coffee break now. Half an hour. It's 10:18. So we'll return here at 11:45. A reminder will be sent to those of you connected online, because you know how this works. If we don't remind you, you can forget. So those of us here will have a coffee, and those of you back home listening on the web can take a break until 11:45. Thank you.
la jornada. Cerramos la puerta. Rodri. Muy bien, Anita, no te frentes.
Anita, don't sit down, because we are going to continue now with the next presentation by Anita Inchone, who's an entomologist of IBCNR, which is the Italian Research Institute, as we saw in the video. She's going to talk to us about the impact of sustainable practices in the natural control of the vectors and biodiversity of farms. She will be telling us all the results that have been obtained from the experiments carried out in Italy. And I said before, they are very interesting and they can be very useful for the future of the fight against this disease. So Anita, it's a pleasure to have you here in Spain. And well, hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Anita Nencioni, and here I represent the research team of the Institute of Bioeconomy of the National Board of Research of Italy. What I'm going to present today is the results of the activities that we've carried out in the Life Resilience Project, and particularly what we have done in the experimental farm Filippo Berio, which belongs to the SAHC company, which is also part of this project. As you can see in the list, the Institute was included in various sections in the project, the most important being the assessment of control strategies, sustainable control against fastidiosa. Now, beginning with CEO action, the development of olive trees that are resistant to Xylella fastidiosa. What we did as an institute is to be a conduit between other institutes in Italy that have much more experience. For example, the Institute of Sustainable Protection of Plants, and also collaborating with the University of Córdoba and supported in its activities of planting the varieties that they have selected, which was explained to us by my previous colleague, with the C2 action and the demonstration of good practices in trial areas. Here we gave scientific and technical support to the Salov company that developed, did many of these activities in its trial farm, Filippo Berio, which I was mentioning before. The activities which we have supported with is to increase biodiversity in the farm, which I will talk about later, and also the assessment of the soil cover and how this affects and positively influences the presence of biodiversity and the quality of the soil in the olive grove agro system. Before talking about action C3, we have a premise. When we begin to work with the vectors in this project, we knew and already had an idea of the vectors, of what the vectors were. What there was a lack of information about the ecology of these vectors in the area of central Italy where our trial farm was, which is in the region of Toscana near Pisa. So the first thing that we thought was to have a long-term monitoring to get data about the presence and the abundance and the biology and the ecology and the population dynamic of these vectors in the central Italian zone. The sample was done according to the protocol which was laid down by the European Food Safety Authority, which currently is the protocol which is being used most in order to sample these vectors. Now, this protocol has two phases, a monitoring phase and a sampling phase of the juvenile stages, and a sampling stage for adults. As you know, the afropholids, which are the recognized vectors, particularly the Philianus spumaris and Neophilianus campestris, are insect insects in the olive graft, and the adult comes out after the juvenile stages, and they're known as nymphs. These nymphs develop from a foam which they themselves produce whilst they eat, and they grow with herbaceous plants. The adults, once they have emerged, spend some time in the plant cover, in the herbaceous plants, and then they travel and feed on herbaceous plants. In a situation of an olive grove, there are olive trees, and so there, when they move and they go to the olive tree, that's the crucial moment in time when the transmission of the bacteria of Xylella fastidiosa, that's when it's transmitted. And with the monitoring of the nymphs, we have used the square meter sampling with a sample of a certain surface area of the plant cover for the Afrophorid species and the numbers and also their development status. The results that we achieved and the observations made were that in our experimental farm, Philanius spumaris was the most abundant, and the second one was Neophilanius campestris, and those are the two vectors that are most found in Mediterranean olive groves. And then in the foams began to appear in the month of March. We discovered, depending on the climate conditions, it could be the beginning of March or the end of March, but that is the month where you can observe that is the month when the insects begin to appear the most. And apart from that, we have seen, because we have compared two different plots of land that were differentiated by the plant crop plot, where there's a gramineae, where there are many more Philanius campestris, whereas Philanius spumarius is more associated, in fact, to plant cover, where there's a great more dicotyledonous. And look at the date of the 4th of May, where, as you can see, here and there, that's the moment in time when there's the most T4 plots stage. And so this moment has to be borne in mind in the monitoring, because this is when it is advised to intervene agronomically in order to lower the population of the nymphs before the adults come out. And in this way, to have the first control on the olive grove. Now, as far as the monitoring of the adults, this is done with samples of the plant cover and the olive trees. This gives us the information of when the adults are on the cover and when they travel to the trees and how long they stay in the olive groves, because the olive groves, as we have seen, is like a primary host plant, and then when the adults of the species go to the olive tree, then there's another movement, and the adults go after that to secondary species like conifers, and they can be near the olive grove, or that could be much further away. And as you can see in the two graphs, the species that we most find dynamic, we can see that there are two moments when you can do a control before the adults go to the olive grove or the olive tree. And in Italy, normally, chemical control is advised, and then when they return in order to lay their eggs. And so you can intervene in the plant cover so that the laying of the eggs is not done or is done less. Now, another activity that we carried out in this plot of land is to assess how the plant cover can have an influence of the presence of Philanius fumarius. We did this because in 2020, in two plots, experimental plots in the farm, T3 and T4, we had the mix of seeds which was selected by the Multiprado company that forms part of the project. And what we did for this assessment was to choose 4 plant species, 2 that were in the natural plant cover Rumex, and 2 that were in the Auxiflora mix given by Nutribur in the Calendula and the Phacelia. And we have sampled various plants in various dates, and then after the statistical analysis of the samples that we collected, we saw that of all the plants that we sampled, you can be considered as hosts of Philanius fumarius. Oxetifolia, however, has an infestation level which is lower than the rest. And so that is why we can hypothesize that Acetifolia, Phacelia tanacetifolia, can be useful in order to reduce the presence of Philanius fumarius in olive groves, together with the fact that Phacelia tanacetifolia is very useful for pollinators and for auxiliary fauna in general. Clearly, it is an observation that has a high value because this plant can have an extremely important role in the plant cover of the olive groves. In Italy, in the area where there is presence of the Xylella fastidiosa bacteria, the control of the vector is compulsory. And this control is done with strategies that are agronomic and chemical. The agronomical control is with the nymphs, and it is advised to crush the cover or to cut it or to move the soil. And the chemical control is for the adults, and it prevents them from getting into contact with the olive trees. And with this strategy that is now doing the control in the farms, in zones where there is Xylella fastidiosa, there are some critical points. One of them, for example, is that there is no alternatives of chemical biological products for putting a check on the adults, and the biological farms that are in Xylella fastidiosa zones in Italy use in a particular way products which normally would not be admitted in a biological production regime. And the plant cover and its management is now advised at a moment in time which is in much before what would be normally done in our olive groves. And as I said before, the moment when there is a peak of the 4th nymph stage is more or less in May, in other words, halfway through springtime. And in our farms, normally cutting the cover is later in summer when it begins to dry out, because in this way we don't have to do it more times. And that is why we've tried to assess some sustainable products and biological products for the control of the nymphs, for controlling the nymphs, to see if there's an alternative of the cropping or cutting of the cover. The product that we saw was the Naturalis. That's and another product called Nema Plus. Biodia wood distillate, which is a biostimulant, but which also has insecticide activity, and these have been compared with Decis Evo, which is registered in Spain, in Italy, sorry, and which has deltametrine as active principle and water as a control. And because of the good result that we obtained in 2019 in a field test, the lab tests have shown that the sustainable products that we tested out have not been very efficient. We have had low efficiency rates in our results. But so the hypothesis that we've taken from this is that the foam that protects the nymphs is a very complex structure. It is a complex structure, and that complex structure is impeding the spores of the fungi and entomopathogens from reaching the nymph that is there inside the foam. And since these results struck us quite a lot, we have tried to assess the role of the foam against generalist predators. When we talk about aphrophorids, these are general predators because they almost don't have specialized parasitoids or specialized parasites, and that's why we've chosen two generalists that are normally found in Mediterranean groves, which is these Cutenlaris ant and a particular type of spider. And together with the predators, we've placed nymphs with their own foam and nymphs whose foam had been removed. And as you can see on the curves represented here, there's a red line which represents the survival of the nymphs that were within their foam, and a blue line which represents the survival of nymphs that did not carry the foam. And clearly, when the nymph is protected by the foam, there's no predation. And that is why we are continuing to examine the role of the foam, because that affects the search for enemies of the nymphs. In the context of the biodiversity, we also took a sample of the arthropod diversity. We did it with pitfall traps, and we chose 3 indicator groups, which is carabid coleopters, staphylinid coleopters, and spiders. We've chosen these groups because they're bio indicators of the environmental quality, but also because they could be candidates for natural enemies of Campestris and Spumarius. And as you can see in the graph, the captures that we achieved in 1 year of sampling are very high. And this tells us that the experimental farm of Filippo Berio is a farm that is very biodiverse. So the level of these indicators were very high of biodiversity, and this probably is due to the fact that the farm has a plant cover that is virtually permanent, and around the grove there's a certain biodiversity also of spontaneous plants, and clearly that offers resource like nutrients and refuge to many animal species. And apart from that, we have seen that the plots that had a plant cover with more gramineae, in these plots there was a majority of spiders, whilst in the plots where there were more dicotyledonous, there would be more carabinoid coleopters. And apart from that, in the experimental plot, Filippo Berio, some tools were set up in order to increase the biodiversity of auxiliary fauna.
Hoteles de insectos.
Insect hotels were made, nests for birds, and boxes for bats. And we have observed that the nest boxes, the smaller ones,
Hemos encontrado nidificación del carbonero.
Were colonized by the tit. This is an insectivore, and this means that to favor its presence in the olive system can help in the control of various, not only Spumarius and Campestris, and one of these phytophagus could be the olive fly. In order to increase the number of tools, we have tried to assess the efficiency of various traps, chromotropic traps, to see
Hemos testado varios colores, como se ve en
to see the color that most attracts the agrophores. And we did that with the box that you can see in the photograph. And in the end, the most attractive color was yellow. And that is why we have begun to use yellow traps
monitorar la presencia del vector
to monitor the presence of the vector in the olive grove. And we've been able to see that it can be very useful in the monitoring of the presence of adults and monitoring when the adult goes from the cover to the olive tree, and to take the decision of doing the chemical control. And this work was presented in the last European conference on Xylella fastidiosa on a poster. At the end of all of these activities that we carried out for the natural control of the vectors, the most important observations that we've gleaned in the olive grove that we sampled, and generally in the central Italy, the most abundant species of aphroporids in all of the olive groves is Filippo spumarius. And this is why we confirm that it is the most effective species in the transmission of Xylella fastidiosa. And apart from that, we've seen how the management and the handling of the plant cover is extremely important in the vector control. And for example, you may think of adding to the plant cover species that are not particularly favored by Filippo spumarius in order to reduce its presence in the olive grove. We've seen that the yellow traps can help in the monitoring of the adults, and we are continuing examining and learning about the foam, because that structure of protection which protects the nymphs has to be studied more so that we can manage to have an effective control also with more sustainable types of measures. Now, if we go to action C4, what we have done here as an institute is to include more experimental farms in replication activities in order to get more data, and particularly we've included the Marina di Grosseto and the Catania farms, which were farms that had slightly uncommon characteristics in our area. For example, Marina Grosseto, the plot there in that farm are plots that have an intensive olive grove, and it's under an irrigation regime, which for us is not very common. And in this farm, various parameters were sampled, like, for example, the vegetation indexes. So in the end, as a dissemination activity, we organized a meeting for the agronomists and engineers in Italy. We've explained the objectives of the project and the activities that we've carried out ourselves. And also, we have done a small handbook where we include the state-of-the-art of Xylella, of knowledge of Xylella, and also the activities we carried out in the project. So I thank you very much for listening. I thank also all the partners of the Life Resilience Project. Thank you very much indeed.
Are there any questions? Any questions?
¿Y por el chat, Oscar?
Any questions on the chat? We do. There are no questions. Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. We move on to our next speaker. Now we will hear about technology, digitalization, trending topic. For that, Jorge Blanco is the head of research and development and innovation of Greenfield Technologies. He will tell us about digitalization and sustainable farm management. Presentation tells us about the role played by digitalization in the project, and well, you will share with us what the actions that you have carried out deepening in digitalization. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for being here. I am Jorge Blanco. I am the head of technologies and Greenfield Technologies. We are a consulting company for farming, and what we do differently is that we use new technologies to try and help farmers, experts, and farming industry, transforming those data, that is to say, digitalization. And now, the standard common words on the field, irrigation, farming, etc. So I'd like to give you some background as to what we have contributed to the project. That is to say, digitalization. This morning, I said, well, I was saying that every time I sit down with a farming, everyone understands what digitalization is about, and they also know what is the future of digitalization. That is to say, cost control, being more effective, efficient use of resources, etc. But then when I go and ask, how would you benefit from it? What would you get out of it? What do you want to get out of it? Then they go and say, well, I don't know what are the tools which are available. I don't know how to use that to improve efficiency, to reduce water consumption. For instance, digitalizing is about using to improve for fuel efficiency in tractors. So digitalization embraces very many things. So using full digitalization or digitalizing everything across the whole farm, it is nearly impossible. So therefore, it is a question of focusing on what you want to achieve, and therefore to look into the tools that will help you do that. So therefore, everyone is aware of digitalization, which is digitalizing a process and a flow of work, which is often carried out by hand to achieve a number of objectives or try to achieve a number of objectives. So everyone has in mind what digitalization is about. So perhaps what comes to mind first when we talk about digitalization is digital economy. We are all aware now that we can pay with our credit card. We no longer need to go to the bank. We all do online banking. And online banking started digitalization started in the mid-90s. It started off in the social sector, in the industrial sector, and over time, and as a result of development and advancement of technology, also advance in terms of mindset and culture, everything has moved forward to digital development and advance. So therefore, as of the year 2000, everyone became accustomed to the fact that all companies had a website, or for instance, that you go to a store or benefit from any service that does not take your credit card. So digitalization is embedded in our life. But when it comes to the industrial sector, telecommunications sector, digitalization is even more embedded into it. Yet, this is not as easy. This is not the case in farming. Well, could robots do the work that is done manually today? Well, not really. Not really. We need to have the presence of a farmer. So digitalization is believed to be a tool that will help us be more efficient, reducing costs, all those things that we hear on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, let us try and adapt digitalization to farming. So therefore, for that, farming should undergo a transformation process. So therefore, the fashion, training from the academia, and as well as public administrations are driving engines so that they kind of make it mandatory for farming processes to become digitalized. It is kind of an initial obligation, and of course it is not a strict obligation, but this is done through, for instance, European Commission, through the Green Deal, where innovation strategies to create jobs for the efficient use of resources is done through digital initiatives. But in that, therefore, farmers, suppliers, so therefore those in the agri-food business also needs to agree on that and to carry out digitalization. So we need two parties. So once I've seen this smart aim, and I very much like it, and this is very much reflects my opinion. So digitalization is necessary, needs to be done. It is a tool that will help us achieve objectives and objectives in line with 2030 agenda. But not everything can be done too quickly and in one go. Whenever an agri-food business or a farmer or an expert is not using digitalization much in its productive processes, should try and apply this aim. An aim which should be specific. So digitalization may embrace a wide spectrum of tools, etc. So therefore, that aim should be specific. Therefore, then that aim should be measurable. You would really want to measure the digitalization that you have introduced in your farm, yet you need to measure it, to quantify it, to see which has been the contribution of it, and to actually ensure that it is working, that it's delivering, and also as a way to improve it when needed and if needed. Then the purpose or the aim should be achievable. Whenever I sit down with farmers and experts and I tell them what we do at Greenfield, they very much like it. They go and say, yeah, that will help me achieve very many things, etc. So many ideas come to their mind, and ideas that take them to think about very many improvements in the farms and the crops. But then when they land into the day-to-day and they send them recommendations, etc., the time of campaign, farmers become overwhelmed, as if they need to do high or significant digitalization in the productive process. They go and say, no, I just don't have the time to implement digitalization, I don't understand it. So therefore, it is very important to set up an achievable purpose, that is to say, to start little by little, and once initial digitalization has been achieved, then we move on to the second phase or to another phase. Of course, the target should be specific, and one of the things which I often say is that that aim should be timed, therefore allowing you to make reasonable progress over a reasonable period of time. So we will have a roadmap in the long term, then it will become diluted, and then we lose sight of how to digitalize our farm. So therefore, both parties are to make an effort so that digitalization and new technologies reach out farming processes to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2030 and the Green Deal. But digitalization is not new at all. So it is very trending topic. We hear about satellite connections, drones, but digitalization has been there before the mid-90s, when digital economy was introduced. Precision agriculture, Agriculture 3.0, started in the mid-80s and continues to be there nowadays. technological advances in all other sectors also allowed us to reach Agriculture 4.0, including big data, interconnected agriculture, and also Agriculture 5.0 with robotic farms. But actually, even if that technology is out there, when we think about farms, when we think about fields, farming agents to complete Agriculture 3.0 before moving on to Agriculture 4.0. So hopefully by 2030 we will have made significant progress. So with this background, what is agricultural digitalization about? Well, digitalization is one more tool. It is about people to feed by 2050. But not only that, we are becoming more and more demanding as consumers. So when we go and buy tomato at a supermarket, we get different sorts of tomato or presentations. So therefore, farmers need to produce more to satisfy the demand of consumers. Therefore, if more production will be needed, new tools are to be found that would increase that production. Well, but at the same time, we need to be careful with the planet, as well as being careful to improve the space where we are, not to pollute, reducing CO2, all these European strategies that we are putting into place. So we will be trying digitalization and digitalization tools to help us improve our business and our environment. And digitalization helps me see my field from a different point of view. Well, in the previous presentation, we've seen maps and different tools that help us see the field in a different manner. Digitalization helps us save time, meaning that you will understand the condition or situation of your farm in a faster way. So, for instance, if we take a look at a map regarding humidity, condition of the crops, 5 minutes will be enough for me to know where I should go to my farm today to find out challenges and problems that may be present there. And the rest of the time I devoted to my day-to-day farming activities. So, for instance, if I am managing significant number of hectares and I cannot be in all the fields every day, drones can help me make more efficient decision-making in terms of which the farm to visit first. By the time I will resolve a hot issue, then I will move on to other issues or things such as irrigation, logistics, etc. So digitalization helps us be more efficient to make smarter decisions. And when I say, for instance, I decide to reduce the dose of whatever product I want to put in the soil because it is not needed, and being more efficient. Therefore, I am informed by objective data coming from digitalization. Of course, all that has an impact on production, processing, distribution, and marketing of food. It is more than clear that the tools that I can use as a supplier of phytosanitary products, well, some of them may be similar to those that may be used by an expert who is spending significant time on the farms. So therefore, it is very important to be aware of the tools, the different options offered by the tools in order to benefit from that. So what does digitalization enable? So if you type in Agriculture 4.0, you will read that it helps you achieve cost control, improving efficiency of production processes, reducing environmental impact. That is the end, that is the purpose. But how do you get there? Well, farmers may go and say, yeah, that's very good, I buy into it, but what do I need to do to achieve all that? First, you need to have a good understanding of those tools, the cost of them, and then what is the effort required from you to transform your current production processes and to digitalize them. An important element, which is also very top, is new generations. New generations are very much into IT tools. They use tablets and very many other digital tools. I am a father of a 5-year-old who knows how to handle a tablet better than myself. So therefore, that generational change may make a digitalized field be more appealing so that they are retained in rural areas and continue with production processes and therefore reducing depopulation as being one of the objectives in Agenda 2030. Now, as a partner of Life Resilience Project, so through digitalization, we have tried to implement or to mainstream digitalization tools so that our partners could have a different point of view, different information and data for them to help them explain the behavior of vectors or olives, different genotypes, etc. We carried out actions regarding tree health, soil quality, climate, weather. So these are the indicators of the project as set out by Teresa in her presentation. We'll briefly summarize each of those tools or each of those parameters for you to understand digitalization tools, and I will also go through the process that I wanted and what do I need to do to achieve those objectives. So therefore, soil zoning using drones or satellite with thermal cameras, also using weather APIs. Also, of course, as Teresa has told us, centralizing all those data, referencing all those data, so that any project partner, so whenever, I'm not telling you not to reach me or come to me at all, but if you can access information yourself, because that information is centralized and open and accessible to every partner may find that information and find out what has happened. Therefore, that partner can see real-time or can get real-time that information that he needs. Soil zoning is very important, actually important, to support crops. That's where nutrients and water are found. And as Teresa told us before, it is very important to have a good understanding of your soil. This is what will tell you about the progress and advances that you have made throughout the project. Through digitalization, we have used the soil sensor, making impulses or triggering impulses to the soil. Well, the electric current was measured every meter and every second, and that pulse was geo-referenced. So it kind of produced kind of like a mesh of the behavior of the electrical current regarding the soil, which is associated or interrelated with the soil characteristics. Through that modeling of the variability of the passage of the electric current through the soil allowed us to make an objective choice as to where to sample the soil. At the end of the day, we will be carrying out soil samples, but those analyses this time will be supported by data coming from soil sensors. At the end of the day, we will produce those samples, and then the result of it will be a zoning report. Zoning report that will help us see the changes in the soil. This is part of the process. Of course, we need to go to the field. We cannot do that from our office. And that sensor, well, these cross-sectional lines, okay? So where we have different electric current points, and then which, as I said, they are geo-referenced. And then the office will produce heat maps regarding that variability. Those heat maps help us place or define the points where we will be carrying out soil sampling. At the end, this is what we get out of it. That is to say, soil analysis, different parameters, physical and chemical and biological parameters, which tells us about changes in the soil. They are interrelated with the changes in the soil. So this table is much more difficult to interpret than the actual map. So digitalization allows us to translate numbers into a drawing, to a map. In the map, we see the different changes in the soils, variation in the soils. Well, if you are an expert, you are experienced, you can understand and interpret this table easily. But with this, I want to say that digitalization allows us to view the soil better and to understand its behavior and changes. The same goes for the demonstration farms, and then in Portugal, Spain, and Italy. So now we have the different areas and the capacity to retain water. And that information helped us to define the limits and where to implement irrigation, also apply biostimulants, biofertilizers, make efficient use of water, and cover crops, and then a combination of T1 to T4. So therefore, if I want to see what is the impact of biostimulants and biofertilizers in the project, I will apply that treatment in an area where I don't have two different types of soils. For instance, in terms of efficient use of water. If I am taking data and on different type of soils, what are the changes due to the actions that I'm carrying out or to the changes in the soil? All right, so let us try and apply treatments in homogeneous areas. Digitalization in terms of understanding our soil better will also allow me to determine the quality of the soil, that is to say, to see the evolution of it based on macrobiologic activities, soil water retention, organic matter, etc. A number of elements that will help the rest of the project partner to better understand the results. Another digitalization actions that we carried out in the project in the various demonstration farms were done through a drone with thermal camera. Thermal camera help us see the temperature of the tree cover, tree canopy. Well, when we are talking about Xylella fastidiosa or any other pathogen, will make the trees or the branches dry out, to perspire less, so therefore the temperature of the tree canopy will increase. Maps of this kind show me temperature, and I might not be interested in the absolute value, whether it is 30 or 31 degrees, but I may want to see the variation in temperature, changes in temperature. This will tell me about the areas which are more likely to have stress. And then it is also very important to know that the drone doesn't tell you what is happening. The drone is telling you about the results of what is happening. You need to go to the field. Imagine that this area has a temperature higher than normal or out of range. Then you need to go to the field and find out by yourself what is happening there, so that you can go and say, well, perhaps, look, nothing is going wrong with the tree, but this is a sand soil and it lacks irrigation. But it may also be the case that the soil is being sand or sand soil, and then perhaps the infiltration speed in that type of soil is much higher than in other areas. Therefore, it is also very, very important to establish the type of soil that I have, that is to say, to make an irrigation pattern that adapts to soil changes. So multispectral camera allows us to see the vegetative developments. That is to say, how big the plant is, what is the photo efficiency of it. The red does not mean bad, green means good. Well, they mean different things. But to differentiate them by colors, it is easier to observe some areas. For instance, change right in the middle of this area in the farm. That does not mean that this part in red is worse than the green part. It means that it has different varieties and therefore different behaviors. I'll give you an example. If I'm irrigating both areas equally with no differences, this map tells me that both these varieties, Soleta and Bellona, are doing less photosynthesis because of their synthesis. And perhaps this other variety requires some more time for photosynthesis. But if I am watering the area in the same manner, perhaps I should change the level of irrigation on both areas. So these are just examples of data that inform my decision-making. Surely the expert is, well, the person who is working in the farm cannot interpret that, cannot find that out. So digitalization does not prevent you from visiting the farm, but it gives you better information, makes you be more aware of everything that is happening in the farm for you to inform your decision. Multispectral satellite images, well, some of those images are free and others are paid. So according to the European Union, everyone has the right to gain access to satellite images. So European Commission is establishing that this is available to everyone in the world, whether you are Chinese, North American, you name it. And what do you get out of it? This allows us to monitor our crops every 5 days, to see the situation in terms of humidity, vegetation development, and to do that every 5 days. And sometimes it allows us to monitor that every 3 days. It is like going to the farm, visiting the farm without visiting it. So it allows you to better control each minor thing which is happening in your farm. And the idea behind digitalization and these tools is not resolving major issues. Well, the moment you have a problem, whether it is minor or major, you are having synchrage. So the idea is to have better monitoring, tighter monitoring. For instance, 5 minutes in the morning, you say, oh, so there is a growing red spot, I'll go and visit it. So maybe a small spot because there is a disease or some of the irrigation pipes are obstructed, and therefore that helps you resolve a minor problem, preventing occurrence of a major problem. As I say, development in the last years, in the last 3 years, and that also allows me to establish the most suitable areas, for instance, to plant covers, or for irrigation, or for instance, application of biofertilizers. So regarding monitoring, so periodically, due to phenologic stages, for instance, well, the satellite may fly my farm every 5 days, if the weather conditions allows that. This helps me visualize or view the evolution. So here I see a straight line here. Well, this is, so for instance, these two areas should be the same, okay, because both receive the same irrigation. Therefore, I will go and take a look at it. Perhaps some irrigation elements or pipes may have been broken. So I went there, I found out what happened, and then I resolved the problem. So this is the idea about it. So we are talking about Seville. It is really hot weather. So we should not forget that the plant development, well, has a number of stages to follow. And I really need to be well aware of what is happening there. So perhaps these red stains does not mean that anything is going wrong, but perhaps in this area, because of the type of soil, the tree is kind of suffering that impact, but perhaps that impact does not have any importance whatsoever. This is what I will find out by the time I will visit the farm. So in the same fashion, the different project partners, when they analyzed outcomes, they could also see what happened throughout vegetation index, which is a well-known index in the farming sector that tells me about the flowering. And then NGWI could be translated as the humidity content, water content. Doesn't tell us about the amount of water, yet it tells us about the variability in terms of efficient use of water. Every farmer, I think, takes a look at the weather computers in contact, and therefore that helps us download information or climatic weather data automatically. We have developed a code. I'm not an IT expert. I'm not aware, I don't know anything about scripts or coding, but I tell my IT guy, I just want to press a button and then to have the weather data downloaded. And he told me, well, for that we need an API, and then you press the button, and then you will have your data downloaded, and then you would also see those data in a graphical manner. Well, in the past, that took half an hour or an hour. Therefore, that will also help me improve my efficiency. Those little improvements of this tool will make me be more and more efficient. So regarding that weather API that we have used in this project, through it I can get like data on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, and then also information about the trial farms and the replicate farms. From the year 2018, that was the start of the project, and then in replicate farms from the 2020, that is to say, since the start of the campaign across the different replicate farms.
Well, I can get a chart or a graph almost instantaneously. You have to program it, but in the end, it saves you time. Okay, well, as I was mentioning before, one of the digitalizations that we implemented in the project is to upload all the data into a web platform. You can have an app for Android or iOS. It has to be versatile and adaptable, and that can be followed more easily, and it's easier to develop in that way. But we proposed it would be with a login on the web for each user, and it allows us to centralize the information of the farm, of the satellite, the drone flights, locations of sample points and their analyses. We can compare one farm on a date and another farm on another date, and with other vegetation types to see the evolution. We can put in values in each color, in each zone. There's embedded information if I need to know it. Here you can see clearly that the center of that area, there's no vegetation. And you can see that there's no vegetation where it's spread. This is evolution of the satellite image from before this one. Has it improved? So I can compare, and I can see that last week, for example, there was a problem in a valve, and I made an improvement. Well, I have to wait for the satellite to go over the following time to see the evolution and to see whether what I did last week shows up and whether it's been efficient. Perhaps it has or perhaps hasn't, but that depends. But it allows me to compare each time the satellite passes over, and so I can see the results of the actions that I've taken more efficient. I do believe it is more efficient than if I have to actually visit the fields physically. And here are the various control points of where the soil samples were taken, the leaf samples and so forth. And there you can embed them. And I don't need, for example, the person in charge of doing the analysis, the leaf analysis, or that they don't need to send emails to all the people of the project indicating that these are the results. No, I just upload it here, and here you have them. And it's centralized and available 24 hours a day, and whenever you need it, you just go and look it up. So I think this is a very efficient way of bringing the partners closer, but also bringing companies closer. In the agro-food industry, the farmer and the industry, they can all be brought together like this. To summarize, and now to round off the impacts of digitalization. So sometimes with digitalization for the resilience project, with the different actions of the project. First of all, there's been a physical analysis and a chemical and biological analysis of the variability of the soil parameters, which has allowed me to improve where we can improve the trials, an improvement in the precision of where to have the control point. And with regards to the demonstration farm, that online platform has allowed everything to be more dynamic and simpler in the monitoring of the plant status every 5 days when there are clouds in each one of the sample, the visualizing of other data, and with regards to the replication, the historical analysis, so you can, so the owners of the farm or the managers of the farm decide where to plant, how much, over what extension, and assess it most appropriately to improve the replication. And finally, in project indicators, it has helped with the thermal cameras on the drones and with the satellite pictures. You can visualize in a different way the analysis and the behavior of the vegetation with the different treatments in the project biofertilizant and so forth. And of course the weather also, which, although it's not specific for any particular action, it is useful to be able to determine in certain things that are happening with the crops, like, for example, the Charquera farm in Portugal and Valenciano farm in Carmona is semi-arid, similar with continental influence, but the Pisa and Marina Grosseto are totally different types of farms, so there are climatological features that have an influence on the vegetation development. And it could explain why fastidiosa or any other pathogen can breed more easily or more comfortably in some places more than others, like Pisa. I'm not going to continue now because I hope that it will be useful. Thank you.
Si tenéis alguna pregunta.
If you have any questions, I can answer now or later, whatever you like. Are there any questions?
Buenos días.
Hello. I'm sorry not to have been here in the previous presentations. I arrived late for personal reasons, but I think it is very interesting. So I'm going to throw a ball at you, and you're probably going to throw it back to me because you're going to tell me it's not your field. But since you're a farmer, I thought you were, and because of your knowledge, obviously, which is digitalization, which is here whether we like it or not, and your 5-year-old son works very well with a tablet, and a 20-year-old farmer also probably knows how to use the tablet. A 40-year-old, 35-year-old, 50-year-old may have more difficulties. So in other words, what I want to say is that aren't we going too fast in these things that I think are fundamental that will arrive? But there's the acceleration, and then there's the reality of farmers. You know, La Mancha, the people there are going into. Isn't there a gap between what is working and everything else? And then the other question is, with a sweep, it's done something that I know that is being done. I put a sensor, I measure the electric conductivity, and with that, I go and I determine the ecology of the soil and even the quality of that soil. I think that there's a lot of work that has been done on that, but it's not. I'm not criticizing. I know that they're working in that sense, but we're going to do zonification with the sensor. I think perhaps I'm wrong, but I know it's not a question for this forum either, and I don't want to be against it, no, because I know that the answers come via that direction. But I think the zonification should be with one parameter. But that's its direction. Well, I'll answer in parts. It's true that there is a gap, and in fact, I think that there is, first of all, because there's a lack of training in the public administrations and in the teaching institutions. We must begin, if we want to accelerate, because I also think that digitalization is being forced upon farmers from Europe, But as I began saying, and they don't know right now, they don't know what digitalization is, and no matter how much we insist on it, they know that there's a cost control and improvement and so forth, but everything in the middle they don't understand. They really have no command over it. So for me, training education is important, because if they don't know that, they won't buy it, and secondly, it's going to be more difficult for them to put it to use. So it's still a long way to go, and perhaps in 2030 we may still be talking about digitalization not as an expense within my normal budget for managing the campaign, but rather as an extra cost that I have to accept. So we have to change that mindset, I think. And with regards to the second part of your question, you were right with the electrical sensor. I don't know what kind of soil I've got, but I use it, or we use it, to establish or to try to find out which are the best zones, homogeneous areas where I can take samples. I know the soil because I do analyses. I don't know. There's been a process where I use the soil in order to make a model of the variations of one farm, which has clay content, for example, and based on that modeling, and I have it's georeferenced, and I have mass points, and I have a guided sampling, but it's guided to specific points, and this allows me to reduce the numbers of samples that I have to take, and perhaps they are more representative. I'm not saying that the experience of people who go to farms and saying take samples here and there, and they can see it out on the field and they get it right more than any other digitalization. I don't put that into doubt at all. But really, we have to be scalable. And with that sensor allows us to differentiate the best areas to take samples clearly. That to know the soil, you have to take samples, and you have to analyze that in a laboratory, and that's how we do it. I don't know if I've explained that well enough, says the speaker. Okay, José Ramón, would you like to ask a question? Well, hello. Well, I wanted to ask you a question that has to do with what has already been said, but I'm going down to the roots of it all, so of detection. You know that there is, in the farms in Spain, they want to reduce their size generally, but not all of them. On the other hand, there are limitations of sensitivity in detection, in teledetection, remote, in classical, and in drone detection. So my question specifically is, in what situation would we now be in order to be able to satisfy that requirement and that guidance that you have explained so well? Okay, well, that's complicated. Really, if now I say, if you use satellite pictures in order to manage your farm, or else you'll get fined. Everybody would be fined. I'm quite sure about that if I said that now, because there isn't awareness right now. I've been working with this for 10 years now, more or less, or a little bit more perhaps even, and I believe it because I'm experiencing it. But whenever my company looks for a new customer and we sit down and I ask him, the first thing I ask is, what do you want to achieve with this? I'm a consultant. I'm a farming consultant. So I try that industry improves its production, but they have to know what they want. If he doesn't know how to tell me because he doesn't know how to interpret satellite images, I can say, well, I can interpret it, but he has to know what it can be used for. And in that sense, I think that if we are too strong to implement digitalization from the start, if we're too resistant, people don't know, people are not ready yet to use so much digitalization as is being advertised in the press, on the web, because this is being given a lot of advertising because it's necessary, really, probably because it's a tool that will allow me to be more efficient and to reach the objectives and so forth. But farmers don't know, and we have to prepare them and train them. So there is that gap. That gap still exists, and we haven't 2030 limitations in order to reduce and to be neutral, CO2 neutral. Well, firstly, there has to be education period and then the action period. And for education training, we have to agree. And, for example, one thing that I criticize, well, I know it is difficult because there are studies and so forth, but the universities and the government, as a result, have to put their skates on, because from regular education system, they have to do this. But if they don't require it, but in Europe they're demanding that you should be more efficient and use 4.0, and I don't know how many millions of euros are being spent on agro-food. So what you're saying, you'll give me a tool for something you haven't taught me about, so teach me. Perhaps there you have to go a little bit lower. And it's true that young people are more liable to learn technology and to use it more efficiently, but I have 8, 9 students doing their practice in my company, and none of them know it. And they're young people, they don't know it. There's one geomatic subject in the university in Extremadura which teaches something similar to this. So, and it's an option subject. I think it should be compulsory, or it should be included of a core subject, of a core. So perhaps if we do all that, this may go forward and progress. I don't know if I've answered your question. Yes, more or less. Well, it's all very complicated, and for me. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jorge. I think that there's no questions on the chat, so let's continue now. And following the pace and the program that we have, I'll give the floor to Pedro Corazon. He's the CEO, Director, Manager of Ideauro. Ideauro is a consultant company that has given technical support to the project, and therefore we know him very well. And he's going to talk about the soil and he's going to talk about suppressive soil, which is a key tool for the prevention of Xylella fastidiosa. Thank you very much for inviting me and for counting on us and for the collaboration that we can offer. We are an independent company. We are in Murcia, and in the end, what we do is to give support to different companies with different projects in order to research. We talk about resolving real problems because we're always very close to the end consumer, the consumer of the technologies that can be used. We have different backing. We are in the FAO work group to study the biology of soils. We're looking for new health indicators for soil and everything that has to do with soil quality. In the presentation, we had a very general. We want to change a little bit the concept of the soil to look at it from a different point of view, and perhaps and then we'll do a summary of some results that we've been seeing that with all the different technologies that have been used.
Creo que al final esto es lo que tener presente, ¿no? Es decir, el 95%.
95% of what we eat comes directly or indirectly from the soil, but we forget that. And there's also the need for this. In 1960, we need 1 hectare in order to feed 2 people. In 2025, with 1 hectare, because the population is growing, we're going to need 1 hectare to be able to feed 5 people. So now we're already saying that possibly in 2050 we will need 1 hectare for 8 people. So we have a resource and we have to optimize its use, and so we need to be able to make more and better use of it. In the world, there are 13 billion hectares, of which only 14 billion are farmed. Apart from that, there's industrialization, climate change. And with all of this, what's something that 20 to 25% of the soils are degraded. Oops, and I've lost. Okay. And the microphone's been switched back on. Thank you. So every year we lose part of a soil similar to the size of Australia, perhaps, would be 14 times the Iberian Peninsula. That's the amount of soil that is that loses quality, that is degraded. So we need 1,000 years in order to generate 1 centimeter more of soil. And this is the buffer effect. This means that if any action on the soil, we will have over time, we're going to suffer its consequence or benefit from the advantages. And something that is very usual is that there's a conversion of farms. We're going from cereals to olives to and there are herbicides that are approved for cereals, but they do affect olive trees and almond trees. That's the memory effect. There's also a buffer effect, and here there's the same thing. When we work in hydroponic crops in, for example, salad, if there's no irrigation, then it dies. With woody crops, we can recover if the irrigation fails for a short period. So this is a resource. This is not renewable, and it's finite and fragile. And then there's an interaction between the different organisms and the plant. Habitually, over history, we've been worried about the physical properties of the soil. We've tried to adapt it, change it, adapt it for our crops, and the same goes for the chemical properties. We have tried to give the fertilizers which we're getting with the different types of crops. And what about the biological properties of the soil? Here, until recently, we always think about problems and pathogens, Fusarium, Verticillium, Phytophthora, different pathogens that cause problems in different crops. But in the end, all of these pathogens, directly or indirectly, are also in the soil. And what have we done? Big disinfections of the soil. We've used disinfection in order to try to eliminate those pathogens, and we've changed the soil into a substrate. What we do that habitually, we limit everything what is beneficial as well as what is pathogen. And we've forgotten perhaps that in the soil we have a quarter of the biodiversity of the earth, and this would be equivalent to the weight of 20 cows of microorganism. This is general data to get a general perspective. What is important is that we only know we've only identified 2% of the microorganisms that are present in the soil, and the other 98% must be beneficial. It allows us to grow the crop, because we only find out about the pathogens. So this is the concept, this is the concept of microbiome. This is the concept of microbiome. This means the microorganisms are linked to the entire development of the plant, not only in the soil, but also in endophytnum with the phyllosphere, and with the this is all conditioned by a different microorganism, which was going to condition the development of different crops. And so that is where, with this project, we've developed different tasks. So we are aware that microorganism is linked to the availability of the different nutrients of all the plant. Teresa this morning was saying that one of the main factors that was key to the project was the health of the soil. On the one hand, to try and assess the health of the soil and the different farms and crops that we're working with, and on the other hand, to see whether we could improve them. And to do that, we've concentrated on beneficial microorganisms. There are different types, bacteria, but we're aware that in an indirect way, they have an influence in the processes of a plant by giving nutrients, or with the use of different nutrients, by fixing an environmental situation with producing hormones, or by activating the defense of the plant. In the end, what we're trying to say is that we should be aware of the great amount of reaction that there is in the subsoil, and something that we do not see, but in the rhizosphere, we have 100 times more organisms at just 12 centimeters. This is conditioned by the type of plant, the type of soil, the phenology, and in recent studies that even also because of the circadian cycle. So what is true is that beneficial microorganisms are going to be in the rhizosphere because they knew, and this beneficial microorganism, we're going to be able to make use of its study along two main lines. One is that they will allow us to induce or promote the growth, and the other one would be to reduce or eliminate disease. To induce growth with the acquisition of nutrients, facilitating them, and hormones, or mineralizing organic matter for the plant. On the other hand, it can suppress disease, activate the plant's own defense systems, producing antagonists with other pathogen, and produce antibiotics which will combat some pathogens or inhibit them, produce interference. So in the end, each microorganism has different ways of acting which will help us, and the same microorganism will generate different substances depending on the environment that it has around it. And in the end, what is our idea to try and to get a suppressive soil?
Que contiene un microorganismo que nos
which has microorganisms, which is protecting the plant in a natural way, which is conditioning or making it more difficult for the pathogen to establish itself or persist in the soil. And our final objective is to try to bring in an induced suppressive soil, to induce a suppressive soil. As we said before, this is a very slow process. It's in the very long term. And to get 100% soil, suppressive soil, is almost impossible, but it's true that going towards that will help us in the reduction of the different pathogens. Let's finish. In the project, we worked with the two bacteria, microorganisms. One has the capacity of fixing environmental hydrogen, and the other one phosphorus, potassium, and it produces siderophos. And in the project, we've worked with bacteria that fixed environmental nitrogen. They take the nitrogen in the air and then make it available to the plant. We've used Aspergillus brasiliensis. We selected this one because it was the most studied around the world. We know that it stimulated growth, that it reduced, it produced a lot of auxine, and it has fixes, nitrogenase fixes, And it also produced siderophores. These are substances which capture the iron and make it in the soil and make it available for the plant. Iron is also necessary for the pathogen microorganism to survive, and when it is made available to the plant, the pathogen will have greater difficulties in order to spread and establish itself. And so also what happened, there is a greater proportion of nitrate and less in ammonia, and when we use these kinds of bacteria, we're going to have a greater proportion in the format of ammonia and less in nitrate form. That means that will be assimilated by the plant and will have less deviation, so it will be able to be used more by the plant. We're going to be able to reduce the possibility of pollution from the aquifer. And over time, in 2 or 3 weeks, with the micro, that ammonium will become nitrate in the end. But we've slowed down that process, and we will improve that. With the phosphorus is similar. There's availability. It can be in the soil because of the pH, or a lot of organic phosphorus also, which is it has to be made available for the plant. In this case, we worked with Pseudomonas putida because it stimulated the growth of a root with auxin. So we wanted to improve the nutrition of the plant and improve the status of the plant so that it has less stress. And if there is a disease in that case, it will be more resistant and be able to resist it better. So a weak plant is more sensitive to the presence of a disease. So the idea was to see how to induce that resistance in the plant in a general way. This Pseudomonas also guarantees the production of citric acid and oxalic acid by reducing the pH in the roots area and improve the nutrients, introduce phosphatase, which will also allow us to improve the phosphates in the organic matter, and the siderophores, which is the organism which has the greatest possibility to growth, and so that inhibits pathogen fungi. And in the previous talk, we were asking whether this was a good electrical detection was a good indicator. Perhaps this photograph is representative because it shows here the 14 different types of soil. We have Charqueira in Portugal. They did it with Greenfield. They sent us the sample to do the lab analysis, and we found these 14 types of soil. Just because of the color, you can see that the properties are totally different. Is this the best method to analyze soil? Probably not. And is it better to have that system than doing sampling wherever we decide? Possibly it is, because in the end it allows us with 20 sampling points to get 14 completely different types of soil. In the end, we have a direct relationship with the development of the plant and how it grows. Obviously, there are 14 different ways of handling the farm, but we can always group them together and manage them in more similar ways. But there was big differences. Here you can't see it very well. You can see it better on the other screen. But we have soils that are very different. You just have to look at the color in the different sample pictures. And now we'll look at the results. There are many results obtained after 3 years. And also we've been with replicate farms, and I'll try and look at some of the specific data. And if you want more information, we can explain it with all the portfolios we've set up. This is the Balam farm, and what we did here was to put in the microorganisms, the bacteria, and the monitoring of the parameters were taken over time. And the production increased by 5 or 3%. It was a positive response from the plant in any case. And we can see the specific weight of the fruit was much higher, 15% more. We saw that with the leaves, hydrogen was very similar to nitrogen, but the phosphorus and potassium increased a lot. After the 3 years, we had an accumulation of 25% more phosphorus and potassium, and we had 6% more of total polyphenols. Well, you know that that's an antioxidant. So the first thing, that a greater quantity of antioxidants means that the plant has less stress. It's an objective indicator of less stress. And Legina is not characterized because of it being easy to conserve, or that oil or that olive will conserve its aroma and be better conserved over time. Thanks to this, and with regards to the fat performance, there was one extra point, but in terms of kilos per hectare, it was very similar, but we did obtain 1% more of fat, and what we're interested is kilos of oleic acid. Here we didn't have an answer for the fastidiosa, but I think it is a general answer to see how a plant with different handling of the soil, we've been able to obtain less stress for the plant, and then the plant responds by increasing quality and production with all the oils and other products that it produces. This is in Portugal. These are the different areas. If this is T1, where the microorganisms, and this is the evolution over 3 years. We started in an area that Manuel can explain later. It's an area was in a bad condition with a complicated soil, and we began to work with microorganisms. For 3 years, we did different types of handling, and in the end, almost all the farm had improved with the plant cover, with better irrigation, and we've been able to change from this situation to that one in just 3 years. And in this farm, we were working also with plant cover with another partner. We did various trials. We tried different types of plant cover, and in the end, it was the spontaneous cover, different mixes, and then finally, with biophosphate. What we wanted to know, the microorganisms, how they were working for us. Often it is more interesting to assess the soil activity that allows us to the enzymatic activity in the soil to see how it works rather than the number of microorganisms, because we don't know whether they're active or not. And there, with the enzymatic performance, we were able to see that beta-glycosidase has a greater capacity for complicated sugar. So it's a source of energy. Here, with mix 2 and 3, gave us a very positive response. Phosphatase is similar. Phosphatase is the enzyme that is used in the soil for the phosphorus, which is in organic form, to be able to mineralize it, and so that it can be consumed by the plant. That is fundamental. Very, very often we do analysis of organometer, and we say that this organometer has 8% of phosphorus, but it's organometer. It can't be assimilated or taken in by the plant. The plant has to take it in mineral format, not organic. And look at the ureas. This is much lower. This is very interesting. It means that the minerals in the soil has less volatilization loss. The soil, because of its characteristics, is being inhibited. The hydrogen is being inhibited, the loss of it. And with all of this, we have a biological fertility index of the soil, and there are 2 covers which have worked really well, which is M1 and M3. And this, here we did the same in Italy. They sent samples, and we had similar responses. This was a replicated farm in Badajoz in an olive grove, and we wanted to see where the result was similar. We did a different analysis, though, in the control area and the treated area before doing that implementation. And we saw that we started, since we're always going to do a trial or test in the farm, they give you the best area. We have the area to do the implementation of the product. That was the worst state. Less calcium, 30% phosphorus, less iron. This was before the implementation. We did an implementation and we saw the evolution of each soil over 6 months. It was from April to October, April, the implementation, and the next evaluation was after the harvest. And we can see in the control plot where it had not been implemented, there was a consumption of nutrients. So the plant had extracted nutrients from the soil, and at the end of the trial we had fewer nutrients than we had at the beginning. However, where we implemented the microorganisms, we saw an increase. In other words, not only had they covered the needs that the plant had, but that the reserves at the end of the trial, after the harvest, were even higher. And not in the case of phosphorus, but mostly it was greater. And we compared the evolution of the soil, of one soil and another, and we saw this. We saw that in the end, we were able to mineralize 24% more potassium, 10% more phosphorus, 279% more iron. So we wanted to sequester the iron and make it assimilable and make it available. And look at how the results came out. This is another example. In the end, with the leaves, we also saw an excellent result. And in the end, it's growth of the different microelements. And look also, not just the iron available in the earth at the end of the trial, but we also have many more reserves in the leaves. And this is another example. We also measured the photosynthesis, so the plant was much better. Let's see if there's a response in the vegetative response. We looked at this with Greenfield. They have their maps, and we saw that with the microorganisms, the action of CO2 was higher, so the photosynthetic activity was higher. And this increased too. These are the different graphs, and in the end we saw the efficiency of the use of water was 8% more, and temperature of the leaf. This is like the thermal camera on the drones. Less temperature means it's transpiring more, means it has less stress. And we did that also with almond groves, and the results were very similar. So the response was very similar. So in the end, in order now to finish, I have to, after this project and today's meeting, let's change our view of the soil. It is the resource and the means of nutrition for the plant. That microorganisms, their use can help us to improve the health of the plant, particularly with the microorganism. We can work in order to induce suppressive soil. That is the trend, because apart from that, aside from those microorganisms will produce their antibiotic systems, the defense systems of the plant, secondary metabolisms, enzymes. It'll reduce stress. It'll increase the acquisition of nutrients and have more hormones. So we'll be able to have a more resistant and healthier crop, whether it is biotic or any other type of stress. And I'll finish now with this picture. Let's not forget that through the microbiome in the soil, the rhizosphere will change, and we will have a direct influence on the microclimate of the air, the plants, and this is the microbiome. When we apply microorganisms in the soil, the plant generates different volatile substances. In many cases, they are repellent of some pests. And so if we are able to manage the microbiome of the plant, to have those volatile substances that repel the insect, for example, in this case. So thank you very much, and I'm available for whatever you might need, and here you have the contact information. Thank you very much, Pedro. That was very illustrative. Any questions from the floor? Well, I've either made it so very clear or not at all clear. Thank you very much. We'll finish now, and let's now go to the last presentation. And now we have José María Castilla, who's the director of the Permanent Office of ASAJA in Brussels, who's one of the partners in the project, as you've been able to see in the video. And José María will be talking to us about the future, what's upon us with regards to agro-food policies, markets for opportunity markets, future markets. And we'll also talk about that in the roundtable that follows. Thank you very much, José María.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So, future opportunities, market future opportunities. So we could discuss this for an hour, easily. Yet I would like to give you an overview, and I will tell you about two elements which is linked to this project, that is to say CO2 sequestration, CO2 emissions, etc. So in this sense, we could easily say that we were kind of visionaries, because we proposed many of the things that will come from Brussels. We proposed that in our project, so therefore they will be used as examples for the future agriculture. As the previous speakers has said, that most of the techniques and elements that have been implemented as a result of the project has helped us reduce CO2 through water management and also through plant covers. That also helps sequestrate CO2. Actually, 2 days ago, the European Parliament approved, as a policymaker, the imposition of duty for elements that come outside the European Union that would emit CO2. So we should not forget that if we put duties to products coming from third countries, they would do the same thing. If we were to do that, that would be the start of a trade war that would not benefit anyone, especially European countries which are export-driven, such as Spain, regarding olive oil, when we are #1 exporter. I think this is a warning. This is a warning. Farming is outside those duties, but perhaps in the future may be impacted by that type of duties. Last Tuesday, we could also see that there are some elements which are related to agriculture, such as fertilizer, phytosanitary products that are needed for farming production. And all that will have the duty imposed. All that will translate inevitably in a rising cost of production at a point in time where we are going through a challenging and tense situation in the market. G7 countries have already issued some warnings. Yesterday, the President of the European Parliament called upon the Commission to start making studies about the impact of the war of Ukraine on the food safety and food provision, food supply. I've just told you about the negative side of what could CO2 certificates could bring about in terms of inputs and exports. But going back to the best practices in the project, there will be a positive side to it. That is to say that some negotiations are already into place and they will become top elements. That is to say, a number of bonuses that farmers will receive through practices that are environmentally friendly. That is to say, with the purpose of stop emitting CO2 and start uptaking or sequestrating CO2. So this is done on a voluntary basis, yet it is working really fast. If we were talking about public markets where the administrations would play too much of a role, could slow down this new model of agriculture which is ahead of us, which is coming, and that will help complement the income that we get from the common agricultural policy as farmers. What is the case of the Spanish case? Well, for you to have a feel about it, our ministry, TINTECO, that is to say the Ministry for Ecological Transition, has refused for the market to be private. Therefore, they want everything to go through the public administration. So we are the first country in Europe where we are rowing in a different direction. What is it happening on top of that? TINTECO does not acknowledge those bonds that can be achieved through farming and livestock. They said that this is not relevant to them, that they only want to focus on forests and forestry. And I say, well, this is lack of ambition. It is penalizing the sector or through the industry, through these type of projects as a way of best practices that will help improve farming in the future. They just don't get it. They don't understand it. What is the danger in Europe? That each country regulates its market as it sees fit. If that were to be the case, undoubtedly, that will cause confrontations in the internal European market, where that should not happen at all. So we are talking about freedom of movement, etc., across Europe. So therefore, it is very, very important for regulatory markets to be consistently present across Europe. So regulators, in Portugal should be similar or should do similar things to the regulators in Spain. I don't know whether there is someone from the Agriculture Ministry or from the Environmental Ministry or Ecological Transition Ministry. I would like to call upon them and to take them, that they should make the most of being leaders of something which is being created in Europe. The second half of 2023, Spain will take on the presidency of the Council. So therefore, Spain will play a highly relevant role. So that will be a historical opportunity that Spain and our government will have to lead and to showcase projects such as the one that we have developed in the last 6 years as examples of best practices that could bring in income to farmers and that could lead to better use of inputs, fertilizers, etc., better use of water, considering all the issues that we have in terms of irrigation. So this is the first message that I would like to put across this morning. Second, future markets and its opportunities. Opportunities, yes, of course, but for whom? Well, for the European Commission, for it to continue financing projects such as H2020 and LIFE. I'm not saying that they are bad at all. I'm going to be a bit controversial here. They are necessary, they are very nice, and fostering public and private partnership is very good. But actually, we are just putting patches. It's not solutions. If we had a prevention system which is more ambitious, so that these diseases coming from third countries we should not be ending up investing in projects such as the project that we are discussing today. I also would like to call upon public administrations, and especially those with power and competencies in terms of borders, that is to say, member states as well as the European Commission, for them to become more ambitious in terms of controlling diseases coming from third countries, so that they do not have to end up putting bandits to diseases instead of resolving them. Diseases that are due to the poor management. There is an example that comes to my mind which is very much fitting to this forum, even if it is not related to olive groves, but to citric. So there is another disease around the corner in Europe, which is the false moth that will have an impact on citrus trees. So on Friday there will be a very important voting where all the member states will take part. So we are sending the same message. Please use all the tools available, civil servants, controls, or dedicated group of people to control arrival of things or entry of goods through ports. Because if that is not the case, in 4 or 5 years later, in the future, we'll be here sending the same messages and presenting another live project. Well, the title of the presentation says opportunity. Yes, opportunity for the Commission to continue financing this type of projects, where these projects should not be the core or main projects, okay, or main role of the Commission. So this is my overview about the two topics that are related to this project, that is to say, capturing of CO2, and also an opportunity for the administration to foster in this type of farming, to help our farmers, and also investing in more investing more in what comes from the outside, from third parties, instead of putting bandits to, well, potential diseases. Right. This is the end of my presentation. Would you like to take this opportunity to ask you questions, if any? Thank you. Thank you so much, José María. Okay, we are giving you a round of applause. And now we will start our round table. As many of the topics that you have touched upon will be discussed at the round table, well, I would like to ask the speakers, Jorge Blanco, to come to the table, and Esteban, General Director of INEA. All right, we will open our roundtable. We will be asking a number of questions or touching upon a number of topics for our panelists to refer to them, to give us their views, and also, well, we will take questions from the chat. So the roundtable, as José María had just mentioned, well, this project was ahead of its time. We were a bit of visionaries there, as we can see from the outputs of the project. This project was ahead of its time, and throughout the development of this project, the head of our project has also found a demand on part of society in terms of fulfilling with SDGs. Therefore, this roundtable has been given the title Agenda 2030 SDGs. Our panelists are José María Castilla, head of Permanent Office of ASAJA in Brussels, then Jorge Blanco, he is the head of Research and Development and Innovation, Greenfield Technologies, and then Esther Esteban, General Director of INEA. Starting off by Esther, why do you think that SDGs are important, especially in the agri-food business? Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to take part in this roundtable. I would like to apologize for not being present in the room before and to listen to the surely highly interesting presentations that were delivered this morning. We all agree on the fact that we need a dramatic change of paradigm, not only in terms of farming, but in general. The evolution of the 20th century had been kind of like a miracle. So we're starting from a pre-industrial situation where the lifestyle were very low, very many people were having a really hard time, did not have access to minimum elements in any welfare state. And the evolution and progression that we have seen across the 20th century has been tremendous. We all benefit for that, but it all comes at a price of intensive use or heavy use of farming resources. And now we need to put an end to that. So that was the start of the reflection that was made. And fortunately, United Nations take on that debate that was taking place in society. And then as a result of the work carried out by all the participating countries, they resulted in the Sustainable Development Goal. This is a global, a world consensus. There is no one out there denying they believe in them. They are absolutely necessary. They have been embedded in the way of acting, in the way of being of all the corporation associations, countries, parliaments, one way or another. Well, in some countries, they were more heavily embedded than in others. Well, some countries have just kind of pretended or did very little, but they are becoming more and more important. In the agri-food industry, we have carried out an analysis in terms of the contribution of the agri-food industry, in terms of damaging and deterioration of the land, in terms of biodiversity, traditional farming practices. Actually, the biodiversity was being endangered, especially in farming areas, livestock areas. We are emitting greenhouse gases at levels which are no longer admissible. So therefore, we are contributing 30% to GHG emissions. We know that things can be done differently, and not necessarily by endangering productivity or production or the well-being and welfare of farmers. Okay, that's where we are now, at that time of reflection, to find a way to do things well, whilst preserving the income for farming industry, also preserving food safety so that everyone can continue eating quality food, and then whilst being environmentally friendly. There is no only way to do that, but different ways adapted to each specific case. We do need to be flexible to see how, what is the solution that we find for each of these cases. So, Jose Maria, why are these SDGs important for the agri-food sector?
Well, to follow on a bit, it is true that there is a consensus in the world, but let's not lose focus on Europe and our farming. The headlines you were mentioning, we're responsible for 30% of the emissions. Well, that's globally, but I'd like to put the magnifying glass on Europe and Spain. So when we see the emissions, for example, in the livestock sector, it's only 9.6% in 100% of Europe. So sometimes we pressure too much in the only sector that in any case, can mitigate. I think it's good. We must talk. We have to adopt practices like we have in the project, like biodiversity increase or nest boxes or favoring certain insects with better use of fertilizing water, phytosanitary produce, or even diesel oil. And this is converted in a reduction of costs for the farmers. That's very important to communicate that. When we do things well, this can be translated in better figures for farmers. But let's also focus on the fact that it's not just the agro-livestock sector. We have to differentiate what is happening in the rest of the world and what's happening in Europe, because we run the risk, and this is what I can observe in our office in Brussels, that we think that we are the belly button of the world, and then we think we're out of the market, and then we put ourselves out of the market. That would be very dangerous, because it's true, fine that we inculcate, we teach other world farmers that things can be done better. Even, as I said, we can have a reduction in costs, but also other countries are suffering also in choosing what farming and how they should do the farming. So there you have to have a certain balance. That's what I was going to say. Before I give the floor to Jorge, I think we have to be fair and do a balance, keep the balance of absorption and emission. And this is where carbon farming comes in, and it's obvious that in the end it tries to compensate all the good practices in every sense, all the practices that have been developed in the project, which, as Jose Maria says, increases biodiversity, reduces costs, reduces the use of water. Also, it makes the farming more efficient, using technology, using precision farming. Jorge, how do you view this? What do you think about trying to go towards the fulfillments of the objectives of sustainable farming and the future? It's a bit complicated right now, I think. I'm going to tell you about my opinion. I don't have the figures in my head. I know that it's necessary because, really, as Esther was saying very well, we have to improve the way we manage society and any sector, economic, agriculture, industry, in order not to destroy the planet, to leave our heirs, let them destroy it. No, that's just a joke. But I think it is difficult because people are not used to this. We live in a world in which we are researching. There are projects in Europe, new technologies, and what we're living outside of the bubble in which the farmers are. Farmers now are thinking about resolving their financial problems, their production problems, and at the end of the season to have a performance which allows them to maintain their livelihoods and family. And in that sense, perhaps just now, only the most experimental may say that since I'm stable in my production, they may say in my farming, since I'm going to go that little bit step further, and I'll bear in mind the environment. In that sense, farmers that don't bear into mind yet, it is possible that it's because of what I was saying before, because of education training, nobody tells them. Well, events like this do incentivate for more know-how, but nobody really goes to a farm or to a cooperative and say, we have to do the ADSs. Yeah, well, and they may probably agree that you have to be efficient in the use of and in climate action and so forth and all these little things, but I think that they can't see it yet, and there's still a lot of work to do so that they can begin to see it. the ODSs as indicators for planet improvement for the next generations, following generations, need to encourage with training, with education, with research projects, and with other resources and means. And it is being done, but we have to be in a situation in which other farmers, technicians, cooperatives have to understand this. And I think, in my experience, is that they're not looking at this enough. I'm being the devil's advocate here. I'm putting myself in the situation where it's necessary. A lot of efforts are being made, like Balam, the partners in the resilience project. We understand it. We know that it's necessary, and we teach about it. We talk about it. We say this is going to be like this, that Europe is going to make an effort. But I think it's not really being looked at very much. Society does look at it, particularly young people. They have another way of thinking now, and they do bear it in mind. But when you go to the countryside and rural areas, that way of thinking changes a lot. And I think we have to continue to insist, and as I said before, we're first to educate and then act. And there has to be a first phase of a lot of dissemination, talking, and making people understand that that Europe is going to do that, because we think that it is necessary, and that it's going to mean carrying out an effort, making an effort in the farming transformation, in the way of producing, way of farming, and the way of managing their farms. But I think there's a long way to go in front of us. Jose Maria, I wanted to add something. Yes, I think very much. I can't agree more about dissemination, but I think before disseminating and informing, there has to be a previous step, and that is science in taking decisions. And I go back to the first question of ODSs. Perhaps we could also mention the Green Deal, famous Green Deal, or various strategies, diversity strategy, for example. And this is correlative, but there isn't science backing it, which backs up all these objectives that are being proposed. I think we are building the pyramid very badly. Disseminate, teach, that has to be done. But first of all, I'll go to a practical example. Why do we have to accept that we have to reduce 50% of phytosanitary products in the strategy of the farm to the table? Why not 33 or 70 or 99%? Why not that? Because they've acknowledged that they had to put a figure to it. But of course, I insist, the figures have to be supported with impact studies, things that have happened up until that particular moment in time. So the second thing, they will be prohibited from doing certain things. But then we come along and we say, well, what are the alternatives? Where are the alternatives? For example, we have doors. At a door, we have a marvelous alternative which is going to come, which is the new techniques of genetic addition, which is like the evolution of classic OGMs. Although there's a lot of discussion, and the immense amount of science says there's not OGMs. Well, in Europe, we're still allowing ourselves the luxury of not having a legislator. I'm losing control of the panel, says the moderator. I'm losing control of this. Okay, well, from your lookout, are you seeing that the projects that are being done are being presented? Are they focused in which we bear in mind the sustainable aspects? I'm talking more about environment, if you want, but in our sector, when we talk about three legs, very often there's the legislative side. I'm not going to give Jose Maria the floor again for a little while. They forget the economic and social sides. But is this all being borne in mind in the projects? Well, after listening to you, both of you are very right. Of course, there has to be a scientific basis in all decisions, and I agree with that completely. And to ask for more efforts from farmers, perhaps perhaps they have to see the advantage. Is the technology that is offered has to be an advantage for the one. You shouldn't have to oblige them to accept something which is another burden for them, apart from everything that they're already dealing with. And I think the technology which comes from those research projects is really advantageous for them. We were asking me yesterday, I was in a meeting organized by the CGPD, which is the center with the participation of the University of Madrid. We invited researchers from the CGDP, from senior and professors from the Polytechnic in Madrid, and on the other hand, there were investors also invited, researchers. They were given 5 minutes to explain their project, to sell a product from their research projects. They could be, how could be implemented in the market. And I went there, and they went to see and listen and to see if it was worthwhile investing in that innovation. And really, it was extremely interesting because in all the projects that were presented, there was that environmental component. I'll give you an example. There was a researcher who was studying the development of roots in different situations of shortage of phosphorus in the soil. Phosphorus, as you know, is a macro element that has that will die in 100 years. The phosphoric stone will finish, and we have to predict solutions for the lack of phosphorus. So he'd found genes that could be transferred to crops where the root could develop with shortages of phosphorus or natural substances that could be added to the soil, so that the roots in those situations with a lack of phosphorus, they could develop. And they all had that, all the projects had the environmental component, and the startups also were invited to present projects, and these were products that had been derived from research and were very close to the market, like a very advanced TRN, for example, or there were companies already that were getting investment for developing products and sell them. And there were solutions, for example, to pig farms, small and medium-sized, not the big ones. The big ones, they use a lot of money and they can do big investments, but for small and medium farms, so that they can digest the purines and get energy from them, do much more sustainable farm, and to have less risk of contaminating the phreatic water, underground waters, and to make it accessible to small and medium-sized farmers. This is dripping through little by little. The research projects, this environmental component and the component for the future is more and more present. Another thing that Jose Maria said is true, that the projects undoubtedly have more and more that environmental aspect to them, but what is important is not to legislate or not to impose obligations based on two things, on tweets or on headlines. Science has to have the role that it should have, and that's why the research should be done in that direction. You said another thing that was very interesting, that's technology. We were debating with Jorge before about how an ally with technology could work in order to comply with these objectives of sustainable development, because I give it as granted, take it for granted. We're doing a project with ODS in Andalusia, and you look how goals of the 17 that there are, and many are already being complied with, that they think about, and then if they have a margin, then they might do something for the environment. This is the smaller companies, but the large ones do have that initiative, and are, but I'm talking from the lowest to the highest, and this is the feeling I have, and I work with farmers. Technology helps if it is used correctly. It's not, otherwise it may not serve for anything, may not be of any use at all. And that technology has been there for a long time, so it helps us to fulfill objectives. We're able to produce more in less space, for example, to reduce the pollution the contamination of the aquifer because of better use of the soil. The 17 indicators are all interrelated. If you change one, you're changing all of them. There are 4 or 5 or 6, which are the ones that are most affect farming and agriculture. But depending on what technology you may be using, you will affect more one than the other. But they are all involved, really. But why do you use technology? Why do you want to bring technology? You want to bring technology in order to be more efficient, really. So perhaps perhaps it comes from Europe, but you want to be more efficient. You may not want to produce more. You want to have more profit, that's sure. You need to produce more to have more profit. You spend less, and producing the same, you may have more profit in that way. So it is a company, it's an enterprise, and they want to get profit. So if the use of a technology or learning and involving that in their production allows them to reduce losses, and I'm not talking about less phytosanitary products, but to distribute it well in every area because of zonification and so forth, really, you're using a technology in order to be more efficient, which will give its fruits in the end. So it's all linked. Technology exists because we need to improve towards economic, environmental stability. But without one, you don't get the other either, because if we didn't have to improve, then we would be farming the same as in the 90s, adding fertilizers to optimize or to produce more. That's what we're doing. So I think it goes hand in hand. It's intimately linked. There are other tools. I don't mean that technology is the panacea or the only way of achieving a sufficiency and complying with the ODS and 2030 agenda objectives, but it is necessary for agriculture to transform in such a way that it will allow us to achieve that, because to date, the way things are going, it's not going to happen. Jose Maria, the project has managed having replicate farms where good practices or best practices will be put in, the ones that were developed in the project. How do you think that this can have an effect in the goal of producing food in a more and more efficient way, also environmentally?
Well, as I said before, best practices had led to lower use of phytosanitaries, fertilizers, or even diesel, or better use of water resources, and all that translated in lower production costs. So therefore, the benefit for the farmer is more than clear. All that linked to the preservation of the biodiversity, and that project can be easily replicated to other farms. But as you said before, in terms of dissemination, oftentimes in research projects, especially in life projects and H22 projects, sometimes they stay there. They stay there, they do not reach out farmers, they do not reach out society. Outputs are very good, but therefore they are not implemented in the day-to-day of farmers. So this is the challenge ahead of us. And for future life projects, that is to say, participation of farmers in all the lessons learned, in all the outputs of the projects. Last question for the three panelists, which is which is a yes or no to this roundtable. Do you think that current society, especially in view of the change of paradigm that has taken place after the 2 years of the pandemic, do you think that our current society will demand consumption of products differently, will demand farming industry to comply with 2020 agenda objectives? Yes, I do think so, especially when it comes to younger generations. Younger generations are more committed to the environment, are more committed to the land, to the planet, and with the impacts that we are causing. And actually, yes, that will be a driving engine. They are not only asking or demanding quality food produce, but they are also demanding or want to know about the origin of food products and how they've been produced. So when you talk about people who do not know about farming practices, they are very much environmentally focused, but because they are not aware of the farming reality, they are asking for things, demanding things which are not environmentally friendly. For instance, I'll give you an example. So, for instance, the scientific grounds for ecological organic farming. In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. Well, it may be more environmentally friendly in some cases, but not of all them. We need data supporting each and every system. But all in all, yes, the answer is yes. Society is more and more aware of this factor. Well, I don't know what else to say. I fully agree with Esther. Indeed, when I talk to younger people, even if I look young, there are younger people than me, they have a different mindset. They no longer need to own a car when they are 18 years old, or things that were kind of expected and normal for us. They have different mindsets in terms of the way they lead their lives. So, COVID, or the pandemic, has helped us somehow. Well, specifically has helped my company, because after the pandemic and the lockdown, we managed to develop a service for distributors of phytosanitaries that could not go to the farms. Yet the farmer needed to continue cultivating, and because the visits to the farms were being restricted, I said, look, I will deliver satellite images, and then you will advise your client based on the analysis that you carry out, that you do of those satellite images that are taken every 5 days. So instead of visiting the farm 10 times, that person visited the farm 2 times. So this was a specific learning or output of the COVID. But if everyone in the world changes their mindset, because COVID has been a turning point in the way they manage their life in society in terms of leisure, food they eat, economy, at the end of the day, consumers are driving engines for the rest of the sectors. If consumers start to imposing themselves and demanding things in a specific manner, the livestock and the farming sectors will have no other choice but to fulfill that demand. In that fashion, one of the good things about COVID has been a change of mindset, a switch of mindset in terms of being aware of life or being alive. So, and we don't want that anymore. So that at the end of the day changes people's mindset, which is good, which is positive, because at the end of the day that also drives a change of society and the economy, not fully, but to some extent, or at least this will be a small positive change. And what about Jose Maria and producers? And well, producers and farmers will adapt to consumers' demand. Well, we have always said that, claimed that, the percentages of organic farming. Well, we can do that, offer that, if consumers demand it. Otherwise, those percentages would be undoable, would not make any sense, and therefore will make those who felt that organic farming was a market niche and filled that market niche, if the supply increases considerably, not in line with demand, it will make prices go down, and therefore farmers will suffer the consequences of that. Going back to your question, my colleague talked about the shifts triggered by COVID, but now another change is ahead of us, that is to say, Ukrainian war. So COVID has triggered a positive change, willingness to live, but now we can see that the world is not perfect. So if young generations grow in a world where salaries are good, they have a job, no concerns, of course they can have the time and the willingness to make a better world and to look for more sustainable products. But in Europe, we've been in conflict for 80 to 90 years now, with the exception of the Balkan War. But if we look back in history, we can see that wars never disappear. And when there is war, there is lack of food safety. Inflation increases, salaries do not increase, and when I go to the supermarket, I can see that I cannot afford it. And now, according to the Common Agriculture policy, I only devote 30% to buying food, whereas in the past that was 90% of my salary, of my income. So if things go well, consumers will demand this type of things, but by the time we will go back to an economic crisis, time of war, I don't know what will be the outcome of it. Perhaps we will go back to the previous model. So thank you very much. At the end of the day, consumers will tell. So we are finishing now, Director General. Thank you so much for your participation in this roundtable. Now we formally close this seminar, and because it will be recorded, I would like to thank all the members, all the participating members of the projects. So, Balam Agriculture, Greenfield Technologies, ASAJA Nacional, IBCNR, Manuel, Nutri Prado, who could not be with us today, Società Agricola Filippo Berio, SS, and all the other collaborators, University of Córdoba, and all the other partners that help us complete the major, great project that we consider closed with this seminar. We will go ahead and we'll continue with the commitment that has been entered by all the partners. Surely the project will continue to bear its fruit that will be beneficial for the olive oil sector in Spain and in Europe, and therefore will have a positive impact in European farming industry. Thank you to everyone who has attended this seminar and those who followed us on the streaming.